Okay. Hey, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our virtual council meeting for July 13th. What a beautiful day it is today. It did not rain, so another day that was able to be worked on. What do you mean? Did it rain?
Which town were you in? Because it rained.
Oh, I was inside a building, so maybe that's why I probably didn't see it. Okay, well, I guess it sounds like there is a little bit of rain. Again, this is a virtual meeting, so if I can ask everybody to put their mics on mute, please. And also shut off your video. That just helps with the downloading and the data from the data streams as well. Okay, and again, you will be asked to send me a text if you would like to make a comment or question, and that way it's all itemized and I can see who was first in the speaking queue. Again, when you're speaking, please unmute yourself and then speak directly into the mic. That will help with everybody's ability to hear what's going on. Presenters, you're allowed to turn your video on if you like when you're presenting. Okay, with that, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, this is our last scheduled meeting until for the summer break. If there's anything that is urgent that needs to be addressed by council, a special council meeting will be called during this time as well. So please stay tuned to your emails. So if there is any emergency issues, an email will be sent out. 24-hour notice will be usually given to deal with any emergent issues. Okay. Thank you. With that, I have an adoption of the agenda. Deputy Mayor Bennett, please.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Town Council adopt the July 13th, 2020 regular council meeting agenda as presented.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Town Manager, is there any additions?
Nothing to add, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. In the essence of time, this is an adoption of agenda, so I'll ask those that are opposed to adopting the agenda. Okay, see none, the agenda has been carried. Moving on to number 3, which is the public input session. This is the time that we allow residents to address council on issues that are not on the current agenda. Town Manager, has anybody submitted a written request to be read out?
Your Worship, I was not notified of any as of about 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Okay, thank you very much. And then that will move on to our next one, which is presentations and delegations. As council sees on the agenda, there is none today as well. So moving on to number 5, which is the statutory public hearings. There is also none again today. So moving on to item 6, which is the adoption of council minutes, the RCM of June 22nd and the GMP of July 6th. Councillor Meyer, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council approved the Town Council meeting minutes as presented.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meyer. Members of council, you've had a chance to look over the minutes. Any errors or omissions on them? Hold on a second. Oh, I can't find my agenda. Hold on a second. My package is not loaded. Okay. Okay, I don't have any either, so that ends that. Any other errors and omissions from members of council? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to call the question. All those opposed to accepting for information? Okay, hearing none, that has been carried. Okay, moving on to 7, which is council boards, commissions, and committee minutes. And they are 7.1 and 7.2 to deal with the TLC and the growth and commerce. Councillor Pletchko, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council received the council board and committee minutes for information.
Thank you, Councilor Pacheco. Members of council, you had a chance to review them and look them over. Any questions or comments to the member representatives or errors and omissions on those minutes? Okay, seeing none, I do have a question to the member of the TLC. Looking at page 19 of our agenda package. I noticed that as the board went out of in camera and had a reporting in and out session, there was over an hour of that reporting in and out session, but nothing was reported or even mentioned. On page 21 of the next minutes from May 14th, there was also in camera session, and then the board went out of in camera and had a 15-minute reporting in and out session, which there was a couple points mentioned. Can the member provide some information behind that and the reasoning why there was an hour in and out with nothing highlighted or noted, but the next meeting there was 15 minutes and there was a few items that were noted?
Thank you, Your Worship. A couple of things to mention. Number one, as I've mentioned before, that March 24th, those were the minutes that were missing from the previous time, so they've been submitted. This was right around the time when the TLC was laying off many of their staff members, including who would have been our traditional recording secretary for the minutes. So unfortunately, there have been some missed items and some errors in the minutes. However, typically only larger items of note that would pertain to the facility would be noted in. The reporting in and out, usually almost everybody does have something to say, but again, same as within our minutes, there's not typically too much of it that's actually captured, reported on. I believe what we see captured for the second meeting in May 14th were items that were actually either going to be actioned or looked into being actioned. So as an example was exploring possible revenue ideas with hosting drive-in movies, that we had been approached by the GM had been approached to utilize the parking lot for upcoming church service and drive-in movie. There was information on an MCCAC webinar because the Tri-Leisure has been approved for an MCCAC grant to replace and upgrade some of the lighting, etc., under that program. And then obviously we've got some messaging that had gone out from the general manager to the staff, and so that had been captured in there. So again, not everything in the in and out does get captured and documented unless it's typically tied to a specific action or a potential action.
Okay. Thank you very much for that explanation, and I definitely appreciate it. Thank you very much for your work. Any other questions or comments? Okay. And just ask council's concern to page 21. No, sorry, 26. There's just a grammatical error. I believe that should be that versus the in item number 8. If a member that was on the Growth and Commerce Committee can correct that, if that's
I see it, Your Worship. I believe that, yeah, that's probably just a grammar error. We'll have it corrected.
okay. Thank you. Then do we need to amend the motion to accept as amended?
Your Worship, typically like pretty small grammar errors, we just make the change without a amended motion.
Okay, sounds good to me. Thank you. Okay, those are all of the questions I had. Any else from members of council? Okay, see none. I will call the question. All those that are opposed to accepting the 7.1 and 7.2 for information. Yes, Councillor Pleshko had made the motion. Okay, see none, that is passed. Moving on to number 8 is bylaws. We do not have any to deal with tonight. So moving on to business items. Back to 9.1. Councillor Lloyd, please.
Yes, Your Worship. The Town Council, 1, approve debt management policy C-FS-045, and 2, repeal debt management policy C-FS-002.
Thank you very much, Councillor Loy. Go ahead, administration. This was brought to council at the last meeting as a GMP. And then anything further to add and kind of explanation for the members that are watching tonight.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's CAO here. I will ask our General Manager of Corporate Services to speak to this item.
Thank you to Your Worship and to all of Council. So that's correct, Your Worship. We did discuss this just at the last meeting, and we took any feedback from Council. There was one small change that we did make to the policy based on that feedback on page 40 of your agenda package tonight. You can see that highlighted in green. There was good questions around some of the wording that we had used, and we're proposing to Council tonight that the wording be changed to sustainable financial position, and we felt that was appropriate because sustainable goes on to be defined later in the policy. As we discussed last meeting, Council had a lot of good discussion around whether or not to put in an internal debt limit lower than the provincial limit, and that is not included in the policy in front of you tonight. However, we have included a proposed motion should Council feel that they do want to add that. And that is, I'm just finding it in your package. It's on page 33. We would just ask that Council make that motion directly if that's something that they would like to add further to the policy. Other than that, I'll really just leave it up to any further questions that came, that Council may have after that we talked about it last week, or about where we go from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General Manager. And we had a motion on the floor by Councillor Loy, so I'll open up the floor for questions, comments, and debate. Councillor Matties, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is with regards to page 37 of 208. It's section 5-1 and 5-1-5 related to short-term debt. And I'm trying to understand the process and parameters for internal borrowing from reserves. So, for example, if we had borrowed from reserves, and it says for smaller capital projects, number one, I'm just wondering in terms of definition of short-term debt, definition of smaller capital projects, and the 3 properties north of the town, and then we extend the repayment period back so it becomes more of a long-term or potentially long-term. Just wanting to get a clarity as to the decision-making and protocol behind the reserves.
Thank you, Councillor Matties, and I think you cut up a little bit, but I think I understand the gist of it. Did the administration catch everything?
Your Worship, I think that I understand the gist of the question as well, although there's a bit of a cutout.
Yes, yeah, go ahead.
So the internal borrowing, I mean, those decisions would be presented to Council anytime we're doing that, similar, as you noted, to the properties north of the town office. So, the policy speaks to that we like to do that within less than 5 years. I think that the policy leaves it open that there's, some discretion there depending on what the project is and the direction of Council, and that's where some of the extension on some of that borrowing was done. All of those are from our internal reserves and are kept track of and reported back to Council with, all of our reporting, and some of the that would be reviewed, also with some of the surplus that may come at the end of the year as to whether those could be or should be revisited on the repayment terms of those. But the way that the policy reads currently is that, we can borrow from those with the approval of council, and the term of repayment would be set at that time that we determine that that is an appropriate borrowing source.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Matters, anything else?
Yeah, I guess I'm wanting to be clear that we're supposed to be able to access reserves, correct, for short-term borrowing. And my question is, the policy does not address when that short-term borrowing then becomes longer-term because of a motion made by council. And it's just not addressed here as to the protocol behind that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Matters. So again, to the GM then, the question is, we like to borrow and repay back within 5 years for internal borrowing. What if after year 2, council decides to extend it for another couple of years because of some different projects coming through, or maybe because there's an economic crisis, so we don't want to pay it back in the 3 years, we want to extend it out. So does the policy speak towards that, or is it using the policy that we have and then coming to council for approval to extend it?
Your Worship, that's correct. In that situation, it would come back to council for motion. I guess I would say that, I would hope those situations are fairly unique. The one we saw, we came into some financial uncertainty or difficulty that wasn't expected. So I wouldn't expect that to be the norm, and I guess that's why the policy wouldn't speak directly to that situation. That, when it's initially set to be repaid over 5 years, that would be done. So I guess that's why the policy does not speak directly.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Matters, does that answer your question?
Yes, I understand why it is not addressed in the policy. Thank you.
Thank you. We're moving on to Councillor Loy, please.
Yes, Your Worship. Just had to click a few buttons to get on the right page here. In our discussion on July the 6th, as to the motion that Town Council had an internal debt limit of 80% of the provincial regulated debt, please correct me. I thought we had quite a bit of discussion on that. And my recollection of it is that that was something that we did want to put in. I remember making the comment that we're showing our citizens that we are prudent about this, but it's really not locked into stone. We can change things as well. I mean, look what COVID-19 did to us. It's kicked us right hard. So can you refresh my memory then that I thought that was going to be in there, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, thank you for your question, Councillor Loy. Can I have you mute your mic? Thank you, Councillor Loy, for your question. Yes, there was some talk about it on the July 6th GMP. However, that would have changed the policy that was put forward by administration for us to debate, and that's why the motion is written in there. If council chooses to add that in there, so under page 40. So if council believes that this is prudent for us to do, then we can make the motion to add it, and then that would be a motion to amend, and then we can go from there. Does that answer your question, Councillor Loy? Okay, moving on to Councillor Meyer, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a small point. On page 37, under 3.7 and 3.6, tax-supported operations, I think, but I will just ask to be sure, FCSS would fall under tax-supported operations, would it not? That's a question just maybe for the mayor, I guess.
Thank you. It's not a debt approval management policy. It's a funding, an operational funding.
You know what? I'm glad then that I asked, because my point then would be maybe a little out of line here. Not out of line, maybe just not a... I'll make it anyhow if I could. In our mayor's task force for community involvement, and I forget the full name of it, that you struck up over a year ago. Anyhow, one of the conclusions coming out of it was FCSS's or the committee there felt that FCSS could do more to raise its public awareness, and I do appreciate this is just a policy, paper here, or however you want to call it. But just in that mindset, maybe getting FCSS's name out in front, if it is a tax-supported operation, and it being labeled, and maybe that might help some of people while they read through. It would just be one more thing. I mean, we know what the fire department is. We know what roads and parks and all of that stuff is. It wouldn't hurt for it to be there, and it might raise its awareness a little bit. Anyhow, just the point. I don't want to make a motion or anything like that.
Okay. Thank you for Councillor Meyer for that question and comment. Yes, the task force was the Mayor's Task Force on Community Engagement and Volunteerism, which I had the privilege of having yourself and Deputy Mayor Bennett serve on that task force. And there was talk about bringing a higher exposure for the work that FCSS does because of the excellent work and the service that they provide in the community. However, this is not the appropriate place to put it into a debt management policy, because this deals with debt and borrowing capacity. FCCS does not have that ability, which is very similar that we don't see the fire department here or public works here or anything else on this management policy, because it's us as a council will approve what debt that will incur and where that goes. So we don't have those things listed there. But your point is taken. I think we do need to get the word out on the services and the programs that are provided by our Stony Plain Family and Community Support Services. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Any other questions and comments regarding the debt management policy CFS 045? Deputy Mayor, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last meeting, July 6th, we did quite a bit of discussion about the debt limit being 80% of what the provincial debt limit is. And I would like to make a motion that we do include that 80% debt limit. I'm just not sure if this is the time, because we do have a motion on the table, or when you want, or when that motion would be appropriate.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Loy has the motion to approve the debt management policy and repeal the old one. So if you want to make the amendment, as mentioned earlier by our general manager, that will be on page 40, and this will be the time. And I will not accept that as a friendly, so that we can actually have a full debate on that and we'll vote. So if your Deputy Mayor, you'd like to do that, you're welcome to at this time.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. You know, I have looked at page 40 over and over, and I can't seem to find it. So let me just
Your
look.
Worship, it's CAO here. I believe it's page 33, contained within the RFD, the lead sheet. There's an italicized paragraph on page 33 that would be the wording of the motion.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, that's my problem. That it was an error in the page. It is, now that I'm going back to my web version of it, is page 35.
Mm-mm.
So that was the internal debt limits. So if the motion will be to
That town council add an internal debt limit of 80% of the provincially regulated debt and debt service limit to policy C-FS-045. And that is to amend the motion.
That is to, my mic. Yes, that is to amend the motion. Okay, just let me get that. Has administration captured that?
Your worship, we have, it's the general manager corporate services. And I would also highlight to council that I didn't highlight this in the start, that we've put some proposed wording on page 35 of how we would write that within the policy. So you see on page 35, it talks about the internal limit being 80%. And it has some wording saying, while council may at any time at its discretion approve debt beyond the 80%, these internal limits are established to direct administration to use these as part of the operating and capital budgets to serve as early warning signal that debt is becoming a burden on the town and to achieve the town's objective of becoming sustainable. But yes, we have captured the motion.
Okay, thank you very much. Deputy Mayor, since you made the motion, I'll let you start off with the discussion and debate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we went through this policy, I believe it was 2013, we had this discussion then with that council, and it was quite a thorough discussion, and in my mind, I actually thought we had incorporated that. I asked that question last meeting, and because it seemed like a good idea. It seems to kind of be a yellow light in our debt management. And when we hit that, we really need to start. That is the caution sign. I mean, I know that we are very financially responsible and fiscally attuned to what the needs are within our town. But I think that having that 80%, especially when I looked at the last meeting at all of the other municipalities that have that included, I think that would be prudent on our part to include that motion, and the way that it is listed here says that we still can go beyond that, but I think it's a good guidance. So that's why I would like to see this motion passed, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you very much. So members of council, Deputy Mayor has made a motion to amend, which is to add the internal debt limit of 80%, as kind of suggested and proposed on page 35. Members of council, I'll open up the floor for comments, discussion, and debate on the amendment itself only, not the entire policy. Councillor Matties, go ahead. You're next on the queue.
Very much appreciate the motion that has been put forward by Deputy Mayor Bennett. I support that. I would like to see that, as she mentioned, a yellow light, that caution light, which is the high water mark that just gives us a warning that we need to, maybe really be very cautious moving forward with regards to how we proceed. So I would be supporting that motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matties. Move on to Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. And though I can completely understand the premise and the thought behind putting in an 80% debt limit, as I expressed in our discussion in our last meeting, and as I'll express again tonight, this is not a limit. This is what we're being called as a warning sign or a yellow light. And I would ask, do we really want our warning sign or our yellow light at 80% of our debt limit? That's huge. If we're at 80% of our debt limit, we are already well past, in my opinion, a warning sign and a yellow light. As I go through the proposed inclusion into the policy, it talks about the ceiling for borrowing purposes and the target for debt reduction shall be 80% of the provincially regulated debt limit and 80% of the regulated debt service. So as you go into 5.4.2 and you move down, we're directing administration to set targets for the development of operating and capital budgets not to exceed the internal limits. Well, I would hope that administration is bringing us operating and capital budgets much lower than 80% on any given day to serve as an early warning signal that debt is becoming a burden to the town and appropriate steps should be taken to manage short, medium, long term. At 80%, I would argue that we are significantly over debt becoming a burden. I would say at 80%, debt is already a burden, and we are long past warning signs. At 80%, we're at the point where we need to be managing that so well that we don't get ourselves into a position of trouble. And then achieving the town's objectives of sustaining financially viable municipality. I mean, we're already doing that with the plan that administration is putting together and all the different policies that they're bringing forward. We have a financial sustainability plan. I think it speaks volumes that administration did not include this in the original policy themselves. This isn't a real limit. You know, if we're talking checks and balances, every single time a borrowing bylaw comes before us, we should be doing checks and balances. Every single time a borrowing bylaw comes before us, we should be prudent about it. We shouldn't have a false limit in place. We have a hard limit. We know what our hard limit is. And at any given time and under any given circumstance, we understand what that looks like. And so to me, this is a point of principle. It doesn't actually cause any true effect or action. I don't think it's necessary in the policy. When you look at the comparison chart on page 32 of all the other communities that's using debt as a percentage of limit, the closest is 65%. They're still 15% off an 80% cap. Do you think that they're not considering their debt as a warning sign or a yellow light right now? I'd like to think even at 38%, we're considering our debt as potentially a warning, a yellow light or a warning, because, you know, at any point in time, as we've mentioned, there could be emergencies that require significant levels of borrowing. So I completely understand the premise. I completely understand why the thought is there to put it in. I just don't feel that it actually adds value. And if anything, I think it actually takes away from the importance of the financial decisions that are made when we are underneath 80%. I think we need to hold these values to every single decision on borrowing, not just once we start approaching 80%. So unfortunately, I will not support this motion this evening.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Laurie, for your comments. From what I understand and heard from you, you're not supporting it, but you mentioned of overburden. You think 80% is too much. Is there an amendment to Deputy Mayor Bennett's motion to amend to make it lower? To, as you say, that if we're at 80%, we're already past the yellow warning light, we're past any necessary, maybe the ability to pay back our debt. So to be fiscally responsible and prudent, would you then suggest a lower limit than what has been proposed by Councillor Bennett, the Deputy Mayor?
No, being fiscally responsible and prudent, Your Worship, does not require a number to be set as a limit. Being fiscally responsible and prudent requires accurate decision making every single time we have a debt decision in front of us. I don't think any number that's put on paper, certainly you could throw 50% on paper, and that's probably more of a reasonable, would you call it, yellow light. But again, it is a fictitious limit. If we are not paying attention to our debt limit every time we have a borrowing conversation, we have a problem. And so putting any number in there, in my opinion, is not a good practice. It does not hold weight. It does not make a difference to the policy. If anything, it becomes something that we're comfortable in saying, oh yeah, we can go ahead and do this because we're not at our limit.
Okay. Thank you for your comments, Councillor Laurie. Moving on to now Councillor Plechko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I too spoke against this the other night in council when we were doing this. And again, I just want to reiterate a few things. The biggest thing that stands out to me is right on page 35 of 208, we talk about a ceiling for borrowing and we contradict ourselves in the next paragraph by telling everybody, while council may at any time at its discretion approve debt beyond the 80% internal limits. And then it goes on to A, B, and C, which also applies to no policy. So having an 80% for me is a fictitious number. If this number was a solid number that said we could not go past 80% and there was nothing that we could do, that makes sense to me. But to have on one hand say we're going to set 80% and on the other hand we're going to say, well, if you need to, you can go past it. We know in today's economic times that there is multiple possibilities of all municipalities going well beyond their debt limits. And that's not because we chose to, that's because there will be a need to. And at that point in time, that is going to be excused at that point in time anyway by 5.4.2 of the policy. So for me, I can't support a policy that on one hand says we're going to do something and in the next line telling me that we're going to not abide by it by simple rules. So I think administration took a good look at that. That's why their recommendation, and I tend to agree, that their recommendation was not for it. At this point in time, there is not a need for a number. And having that huge number, I would tend to agree, the yellow lights are well past the yellow lights. We're at already a part where if that was me and my own financial personal wealth, I would be at extreme caution. So I think what I've seen through our administration today, when we get policies that come forward, when we get borrowing, they have that very laid out for us. We have real clear definitions that we can make good, sound decisions as a council. So by having a number that's a fictitious number being taken away by another, unfortunately, at this point in time, I can't support something like that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Councilor Pacheco. And those are good comments that you provided. So you're willing to make a motion to amend the policy, the motion that is proposed by Deputy Mayor of making it a set limit that does not go over. I think you were just saying that it's a fictitious number. If it, because we can go over it, then there's no point having the number.
I believe that what we have at our community, at our town, is a well thought out plan in place. And I don't think we as council need to add things that make people think about where they're at. Each decision comes before 7 council members on a regular basis. And at that point in time, you need the majority of us to vote in favor of that. So that means out of 7, you need 4. And that can be changed at any time. Even that 5.42, all you need is 4 of us to move that ahead, and that number becomes nothing. So I think at this point in time, I don't believe that there's any policy that needs a change for internal debt limit. We have a number that is set. We have administration understanding that for council to do things, we need all the information, and we base our decisions based on what is a need for the community.
Okay, thank you much, Councilor Pacheco. Moving on to the next speaker is Councilor Loy. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'm connected. I've got actually 2 schools of thought on this. I do like a number inserted into policy. I'm not so sure that administration is, and if we can hear from administration, are they recommending that we do not put this number in? I would like to hear that verbalized. I do agree that 80% is high. And I do agree that even 50% may be high. But as long as we're operating safely within the realms of our finances, we should be okay. I just like to think that there is a number there, and that is never really cast in stone, because you say we never know what can befall us, where we will have to go above whatever hypothetical numbers there. I just like to think that there is a number that is there. We're telling not just this administration, but all future administrations what our thought process is, because they'll change. And of course, another council can change that as well through the course of time. So for that reason, I will be supporting the motion at the 80. It would even take a friendly amendment to drop it down to 50 if that was okay. But I do like a number on the books, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you for your comments, Councillor Loy. Maybe I'll just direct that question to administration. Administration did review this. I guess Councillor Loy is asking the question, is this good or bad for the town of Stony Plain to have an internal borrowing limit?
Your Worship, it's a CAO. I'll field that question, and I'll make a few comments regarding it. The use of an internal limit would, to a degree, shape the capital planning of administration. I mean, if in place over time, it would shape the timing of projects, I guess is the easiest way to put it. So in that vein, it would have an impact. On the other side of it, though, and frankly, Your Worship, and I'll try to be clear here, the rationale for it not being included in the original draft of the policy is for, excuse me, the simple reason that regardless of what it says on this policy or what it says in 5.1, 5.41 or 5.42, frankly and ultimately, I mean, council has the ability to change that by resolution. So, Your Worship, in my opinion, in my perspective, becomes a simple case of logic in that it's a target. It's not a hard stop. Should we get to that point, administration would be able to in the future recommend to council, or council would be able to pressure to pass a resolution just to go through that 80% or any internal limit. And Your Worship, and to the rest of council, that has occurred sporadically, I guess I would say, across the province, whereas the provincial mandate, the MGA required, is a hard stop. It cannot be passed, basically. So, Your Worship, all of the conversation about debt and the use of it and how much is too much is important dialogue that administration has internally and then has with council, and council has amongst itself. But the rationale for not including it in the recommended policy is simply that it can be removed from policy by a simple 4 out of 7 resolution. And I'll stop there, Your Worship. That was the basic rationale.
Okay, thank you, Town Manager. Moving on to Councillor Matties, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to respond to some of the comments that we've heard. One of the things that I had read as I went through the agenda on this item was that 10 out of 12 municipalities thought having an internal limit was a good idea. So basically, and the average of that was 80%. I actually thought it should be 75%, but ended up being the average. So I support the motion that's in place. And again, it is a target, a maximum target. I think it's important to have that. If you look at society in general, and you know, we all have good intentions with regards to our wealth management, but debt can get out of control very easily. And so it is important to have an internal limit. I believe that is just another measure that we can assess debt through, and I think it's important to have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matties. And moving on to the next speaker I have on my list is Councillor Plechko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. This question will go back to the CAO regarding this. You mentioned that this will help you to shape, if there's a number, it will help you to shape the future of what, I don't remember exactly what you said, but basically the future of what we're going to do within the community. Will that hinder you in any way as well, because now you have a certain number to work with. It now puts some of the projects that we actually have, would put those projects actually on the back shelf, which we would need to take off because they would take us well past the 80%. So I'm just wondering, twofold there, if that will hinder you, and if there was a lower number, if that would hinder that more.
Thank you, Councillor Plechko. Town Manager?
Thank you, Your Worship, and to Councillor Plechko and the rest of Council. I wouldn't use the word hinder. I use the word shape specifically in that we would know that 80% number and we would operate within it. But it would be considered a ceiling. Again, internally, administratively, there's we have a fair amount of dialogue internally about debt and where and when and how to even bring it into the council chambers. But on the to go a little bit further, as we were to create the capital budgets moving forward, and I think, frankly, to get to that sort of a 8% limit, we're talking over certain years or a couple of very specific large projects. And this is where I will reach a little bit further with council, but administration of the day will also know what the number is at the full provincial debt limit. And if at any point it was close to that, I would almost think that there might be two plans, so to speak. One that stays within that 80, and something that if council was willing to extend it or by resolution go past the 80% internally, a plan along those lines as well. And I think, Your Worship, I'll stop by saying that's, again, a good dialogue, an important dialogue, and the administrative rationale, and certainly my rationale, was simply that there is a hard limit. It's set by the province. It's up to administration and council to manage below that, whether down to 30, 50, 80 to ask that question on any type of borrowing. I'll stop there, Your Worship.
Thank you, Town Manager. Next on the speaking queue is Councillor Laurie. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have one very simple question to administration and then a comment afterwards. To administration, through you, does the current capital plan exceed 80% of our debt limit?
Your Worship, it's a CAO. I'll ask our General Manager of Corporate Services. She'll know that number better than I will off the top of the head.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie. I guess it depends at what point you look at the capital plan, but for the 5-year projection where we have identified debt as funding source, it does not exceed that. I would say that, there is some large capital projects coming, and it'll be a difficult corporate plan, as it always is, but with the economic challenges put on top of that and large capital projects, it's relevant discussion for council to have. And good debate.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that answer. And I think, as you pointed out, we do not currently within the 5-year plan exceed the 80%. And typically, as funding decisions get closer and closer to the point in time where they have to be funded, we are finding alternative sources of revenue to help fund those in addition to borrowing or in place of borrowing. We also talked about, or we heard about, places that have limits, and 10 out of the 12 that were on the list have limits. But the reality is several of those are actually coming close to those limits and are facing some of the same predicaments that we are. And exactly as we've already spoke to, they have the capability, the capacity to just vote to overtake that limit. So what good did that limit really do? I think what this comes down to is this is more about a statement as to how our debt is managed, as much as it is about putting in a limit. And so having phrases in, if we look at page 37, item 4, our statements, 4.2, debt must be affordable and sustainable. The town must maintain flexibility to issue debt in response to emerging financial needs. And then 4.4, decisions must contribute to a sustainable and vibrant town by balancing quality of life and financial considerations. So we already have policy statements in place that speak to the management of our debt and speak to how we should carry ourselves within our debt. Does putting this limit in change those? Does putting this limit in change anything? We're not at a position where we're even approaching 80%. Our policy statements state that we are to be responsible, it's to be affordable, it's to be sustainable. I just don't see why we need to put an 80% limit on top. We already know we have a limit, and it is a hard limit, and we can't pass that limit, and that limit's imposed on us. So I appreciate the dialogue, I appreciate the comments and the questions, but I don't see any way in this policy that it makes sense. We already have values and statements in here that speak to how we should manage our debt.
Okay. Thank you for your comments, Councilor Laurie. I don't see anybody else on the queue, so I'd like to make my comments. Okay, so you're quick enough, so go ahead, Councilor Loy.
Thank you, Your Worship, and this is my final comment on it. I do appreciate the dialogue very much, everything that's been said, and there's strong pros and cons for everybody's comments. But again, I believe that it does not hurt to have this in. It does not, it shows our public, it shows this administration now, and it shows this council now what we're thinking. That can change with the next council, depending on each individual's appetite for debt. Some people don't mind having a huge appetite for debt, and some get very panicky when it gets anywhere close. I just think we're being prudent to our public to say this is where we sit and this is where we stand, although we have not boxed ourselves into a corner where that unforeseen thing that comes, and we kind of have ideas of what that may be in the future, that we cannot deal with it. I just have a better comfort zone with it and the flexibility. And that's my final comment. I will support this motion. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Councillor Loy. Okay, so I'll let you guys have quite a bit of a conversation. So I'm going to ask a couple of questions to administrative staff, to our maybe GM or town manager. In the previous report, it was noted that that the MGA has provided a hard stop of an X percentage of town's assessment value. Okay, so with that hard stop that was imposed by the MGA, how do municipalities in Alberta actually reach that hard stop?
Your Worship, it's CAO here. I'm not entirely sure I understand the question. Can you repeat that?
So with the hard stop, the limits that are imposed by the Municipal Government, the Municipal Government Act, how many municipalities do we know of in Alberta that is at that limit?
Your Worship, I've not extensively looked that up. I don't know that I'm aware of any off the top of my head. Maybe the General Manager Corporate Services has something further to add.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not aware of any, but I haven't extensively researched either. So the limit is set at 1.5 times the revenue of the specific municipality.
Okay, thank you very much. Then my second question is, the provincial government has set the limit at 1.5 times the municipality's revenue. So is that sustainable for the municipalities? Because if the government says this is your hard stop, they must have done the numbers calculations that this is sustainable for a municipality. So what is the reasoning why the government chose 1.5 times the revenue and not 1 or 0.75 or 2 or 2.5? Why 1.5?
Your Worship, I don't know that I can answer that again if the General Manager has something further to add.
Your Worship, I do not know off the top of my head either. I mean, I would assume that when that, I think that legislation has been in place for a long time, and when that was put in place, there would have been specific research as to why that was done and why they considered that the absolute benchmark and limit. And I think that, you know, there is within the MGA, some of the, I think City of Edmonton and Calgary and Fort McMurray do have different limits than that. So I guess it would be somewhat based on the size of the municipality as well.
Okay, thank you for that. And thank you very much for the members of council for your questions, debates, and your comments on this amendment that's proposed by the Deputy Mayor. I will support the motion to add an internal limit. I know this is not a fixed hard limit. It is an internal limit for us to have an easier, I believe it is easier for ourselves as a council and to our administrative staff to plan out ahead the next 20, 25 years to see where we will be in terms of debt limits and how much we need to grow to actually manage that. That's all part of the whole fiscal policies that council will dealing with. I think also an 80% limit set by us internally also does signal to our residents that just because you have that ability to borrow up to a certain amount doesn't mean you have to, right? So we're also showing leadership in our community of saying just because you have the ability doesn't mean that you need to do it all up to 100%. So 80% seems very reasonable. I believe that will still allow us as a council to grow the communities, to do the projects that we're looking at to help with storm management, economic development, and also infrastructure replacements that we're doing in our communities. And I will support the motion. Councillor Bennett, our Deputy Mayor, is currently, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do appreciate all these comments and the debate that has just gone on. I think that it just really shows how fiscally responsible this council is. But the reason I made the motion is because an 80% internal debt limit is a guiding factor for our administration in planning for the future. And it is also a guidance for future councils, so that when the members that are sitting here tonight are no longer sitting here, it is a guide for future councils that say, you know what, you need to have a limit and you need to follow that limit. As you said, Mr. Mayor, I also think that it's very transparent for our residents to see that we are being fiscally responsible and that we take our jobs here very, very seriously.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. And with that, this is I'll call the question on the amendment only, and the amendment wants to add a internal debt limit of 80%. Okay, I will call the question. Councillor Matties.
In favor.
Councillor Laurie.
Opposed.
Councillor Loy.
In favor.
Councillor Meyer.
In favor.
Councillor Pletchko.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor.
In favor.
And I'm in favor as well. So that is carried 5-2, and that will be the debt management policy CFS 045 will be amended as passed. Okay, thank you very much, Council. So we're going back to the initial motion that was made by Councillor Loy to accept the debt management policy and to repeal the old one of CFS 002. Okay, any more questions and debate around the policy? Go ahead, Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a general comment. Again, I would like to send the appreciation to administration. The fiscal sustainability framework that is being brought forward is an incredibly important piece for our town moving forward. And I appreciate all of our members in the debate that we just had for the addition to this. I will be supporting this document going forward, even with the amendment in it, as I do feel that this is an incredibly important piece as we move forward for the town in being sustainable, fiscally responsible in the future. So thank you again to administration for bringing this forward to us.
Thank you, Councillor Laurie. Any other questions and comments regarding this? Okay, administration, if I can ask you to turn to page 36. I believe in the commentary and background, this is the cleaned up version. So I understand that the effective date is whenever council approves it, the resolution number would be there. But would not the last review date be changed to the date that we approve it, which would be hopefully tonight? And then the next future review date, according to our policy, is 4 years from now. So it'll be 2024, not 2021.
Your Worship, you are correct. We will make those updates upon approval tonight.
Okay, thank you very much. I do not see any more hands up or anybody that has the message in that they want to speak. So I'd like to thank administration for bringing this forward. It's very, very great that we do have a policy that is reviewed every few years, so that allows members of council to take a look at it to see where we've gone and grown as a community, and how to best address and adjust our policy so that it fits our needs right now. The next review period was the next 4 years, so that does allow us, as we continue to grow, to revisit this. We had a heated and good conversation about an internal debt limit. That could be a part of the next conversation as well, and it might be lower or it might be higher. It's all based on the economic climate at that time. So thank you very much, administration, for your work, and thank you, council, for your consideration, comments, and debate. So the motion on the floor is made by Councillor Bruce Loy to accept policy CFS 045 and to repeal the policy CFS 002. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Deputy Mayor.
In favor?
Councillor Meyer.
In favor?
Councillor Matties.
In favor?
Councillor Plechko.
In favor?
Councillor Laurie.
In favor.
Councillor Loy.
In favor.
And I'm in favor myself. Thank you. That's unanimously passed. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to 9.2. Find it. Sorry, guys. 9.2 is the cash management and investment policy. Again, this is just another revisit as in terms of a policy, and we presented some of the changes in the July 6th meeting. Councillor Laurie, if I can ask you to make the motion, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will move that Town Council approve the cash management and investment policy C-FS-046 and to repeal cash management and investments policy C-FS-025.
Thank you, Councillor Laurie. Administration, your presentation, please.
Your Worship, again, it's a CAO here. I will ask our General Manager of Corporate Services to provide an overview.
Thank you to Your Worship and all of Council. So this is, again, the policy that we've presented just at the last meeting, and guides our how we use our cash and invest our investments, and it's quite highly legislated. The only changes that we've made since the last meeting, I'll just highlight on page 51 of the package. There was some questions around the last clause under 4.1 standards. So we have made a slight change there. And this is all about the investing of our funds. And so sometimes what will happen is we'll invest funds and they'll be locked in, and our cash flow projections may change. You know, capital projects may change, and we may need to pull cash when it was unexpected. And so this allows administration to draw on the line of credit that's been authorized by council. I would highlight, when we went back and reviewed the policy, that it was good questions by council just to understand this. When we went to look back at the policy on page 52, it really highlights the objectives, and they're listed in order of importance. So how we would interpret that as administration is that, legislative compliance is always number one, that has to be in place. And then we look to capital preservation. So, we want to make sure that we're not losing any of those investments and that they're holding strong. And then we look to liquidity, and then we look to yield. So when I read this clause, this would be used very infrequent because all of those first three objectives need to be in place before we would look at doing this to maximize net yields. And that's really the only time we would do it, is if all of those other pieces were in place and there was opportunity to get a better yield, then we would borrow from the operating line of credit. I don't think this has been done to date, and like I said, I would expect for it to be very unusual, but it is, I think, a good clause to have in place because it gives us that flexibility to be able to do that and if that situation arises. But I guess that would be our thought process, and that's how we would follow the policy if that situation were to arise. So that was really the only change I wanted to highlight from our last discussion, but we can answer any questions that you may have on this policy.
Thank you much, General Manager. Thank you for the motion, Councillor Lowry. I'll open up the floor for members of council for questions, comments regarding the investment, the cash management investment policy at hand. Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's just a question for administration. On page 52, it speaks of how the town manager or the general manager of corporate services or the manager of financial services will do a number of reviews, and one of them being the review of the investing relationship every 5 years. I then scroll down to the next page, page 53. And when it speaks of a review of the investing relationship, I was wondering if administration could just kind of maybe give me a little insight about what exactly that looks like. And then also, I imagine, point number 4, evaluation of portfolio performance. Would that be sort of where council would then get that review of the investing relationship? Would that be sort of communicated to us there, or would it be, because the only other thing I would also like to sort of mention there is if the relationship is reviewed every 5 years, potentially a council could go through a term without sort of maybe getting a good sort of picture of that. Anyhow, I was just wondering if administration could just clarify that for me.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Meyer. I believe that was built into the policy as a review. That means we'll go out for tender every 5 years. That's the review of the policy, so that we're not with one bank forever and ever. So we're making sure that we're looking out for the best interests of our residents, that we get the best dollars and cents for the services that we use. So I believe that is the built in there, that every 5 years we'll review that, and sometimes we might move to another bank, and sometimes we might not. So I think that was the reason why it was built in there, and it's every 5 years. The town manager or the general manager?
Your Worship, Councillor Meyer and all of council, that's correct. I mean, I guess we do continuously monitor both the investment manager and the banking provider. I think they've both provided us good service, and sometimes we will review timing. So I mean, we've just had new manager of finance come on, so we don't want to transition too much at once, but we do follow the guidelines in place of every 5 years. And the other thing that we did bring to council this year was just asking the investment manager to present to council, so you can get a sense of who's actually managing those large investments, and the guidance that they provide us and benchmarks that they look at. And I think that that was well received, and we would plan to do that annually, as well as then we would step back and sort of do that analysis of what they charge us for fees to provide that service and provide any recommendations that way. And, you know, it is always good governance to go out once in a while to the market to make sure that that is competitive. So that would be our process internally.
Thank you very much, General Manager. Councillor Meyer, does that kind of clarify that your question and understand?
Yeah, lots of things I liked in those answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, back to members of council. Any other questions or comments regarding that? The cash management investment policy. Okay, see no hands raised, so I'll just bring in administration's attention to page 55. Again, I have the same questions here about the last review date, 2017, and the future review date, which is 2024, which is correct. The last review date would be incorrect.
Your Worship, we will update that so it is correct.
Okay. And then I have another question with the previous policy and this one, which is really, really good, and I do appreciate it. I noticed on the initial policy, the first one, 9.1, the cleaned up version of the policy was first, and the red line was second to follow, so that council could follow and go back and forth. However, on this 9.2 item, it's reversed. The red line version is first, and the cleanup version is second. Is there a reason that administration chose to present these two policies differently?
No reason, Your Worship. Be open to feedback if one is easier for you to review or not.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for testing council. I think I'll ask council just to provide feedback later on if they prefer the red line version first or the cleanup version first, and then that way we will be consistent in all their policies going forward. Okay, see no more questions, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Councillor Laurie.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor.
In favor.
Councillor Doi.
In favor.
Councillor Plechko.
In favor.
Councillor Meyer.
In favor.
Councillor Matties.
In favor.
I am in favor as well, so that is unanimously passed. Okay, thank you very much, administration, for that. I look forward to seeing the updated versions all together in one package after council has a chance to review and kind of amend the other cash management policies that we have coming forward. Members of council, I'm going to ask for about a 7-minute break. I need to rest my ears because it's hurting with the with all the stuff that we're using right now. So we'll take a 7-minute break and see you back at 7:20, please. All right, council and administration and members of the public, we're back to our council meeting. And following along on our agenda, we're moving on to 9.3, the town office public counter barriers. Deputy Mayor, if I can ask, no, I already asked Deputy Mayor. We're going to Councillor Matties now. Okay, Councillor Matties, if I could ask you to make the motion, please. All right, think Council Matties is not quite there. Haven't figured out the technology or didn't unmute, so we're just going to come back to her a little bit later. If I can get Councillor Plechko to make the motion, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. That Town Council approve the transfer of up to $50,000 for the Town Office Building Reserve to fund the installation of protective barriers at all public counters in the Town Office.
Thank you very much, Councillor Plechko. Town Manager, go ahead with the presentation.
Excuse me. Thank you, Your Worship. I'll ask our General Manager of Community and Protective Services to provide an overview.
Thank you, Town Manager. This is Carl Hill, General Manager, Community Protective Services. I'm just going to share my screen, Mr. Mayor.
You're allowed to, as long as it doesn't mess up the system that we've had in the past.
I will hope that's not the case. For some reason. Right, you should see a PowerPoint presentation for the barrier agenda item this evening. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, I'll just speak through this very quickly. Council, I assume, has read the agenda package, so I'll do a summary via this presentation and include a few more graphics related to this particular topic. Reason we're speaking about this topic this evening is, as we're all aware, COVID-19 has impacted how we're currently doing business in the world and specifically the town of Stony Plain. A lot of additional protective barriers have been in place for a number of months now, including additional sanitization, masks, and in most public service areas, there's been additional barriers placed to separate customers from workers, from staff. We anticipate this response to COVID-19 will be into the foreseeable future. The additional safety measures are being looked at through the administration relaunch plan that is being worked on and transitioned to as we speak. Increased sanitization and barriers have been placed between staff and customers at many of our locations that are open to the public at this time. Some of those are temporary in nature and some of them are more permanent. Several options were considered for the town office by administration during their relaunch planning. Temporary barriers have been purchased, so those are similar to and there's some graphics coming up, but some of the very quick plexiglass barriers that maybe people have seen as they're traveled from store to store and through different venues. The reason why we're putting this in front of council this evening and requesting the use of dollars from reserves is to look at a longer term safety recommendation and implementation for staff. One, it's to address the COVID-19 pandemic concerns and that barrier placement between staff and customers. Also, the overall safety of the town office and the front counters at our particular building in terms of from time to time we do have interactions with customers that do put our staff at risk, and this is just another added barrier that would help protect our staff in the future. And we do anticipate that there may be future health dilemmas that we may have to deal with from time to time. So as I spoke a few moments ago, this is a temporary shield, an example of a temporary shield. They're affordable, they're easy to install. Often it doesn't require any additions to counters, they basically sit on their own. Some do require some fixing. A lot of people have taken plexiglass and just screwed it directly to a countertop as a quick and easy option for putting barriers in front of staff and customers. There's really not an increase to safety to our staff. These barriers can be knocked over or removed very quickly if an individual chose to do so. And they're very affordable. Usually they're around $500 to $1,000 depending on the strength of the plexiglass. A secured shield. Often when you go to a bank or a financial institution, you see examples of these. The glass is usually thicker. It's usually a tempered glass material. As you can see, there's with the opening that you see in the middle, the sneeze protection certainly goes away from being possible. Someone standing at that counter can definitely look over or impede. The height is just not suitable for the sneeze protection. There's not a great deal of increased security to staff. And as stated, it's similar to the bank institutions that you may have seen from time to time. And the estimated, depending on the length, it's about up to $10,000 based on the hardware and the glass itself to install at a particular counter. Again, these are estimations. Until we get into the detailed design, costs will be confirmed. The option that has been included in terms of the request for up to $50,000 from reserves is this next permanent barrier. It does provide the highest level of protection as it's in place and it's a permanent option for the town of Stony Plain. It does protect against the respiratory droplets. It is a hard physical barrier between staff and customers, and it does reduce the risk and potential of someone coming over the counter during a situation that can arise from time to time. The $50,000 estimation was provided to us from an architect who provided this work to us for free. ACI Architecture built the town office and designed the town office and the second level improvement that we did a few years ago, and called us and asked if they could do this work for us. And they provided us with these conceptual designs and an estimated cost for this particular request or this work. This next slide is a shot of what the second floor countertop would look like with this particular barrier in place. Mr. Mayor, that concludes the presentation. If council prefers, I can leave the visuals up and I can take questions at this time.
Thank you very much, General Manager. Yes, please, if you can just leave the visuals up, that's good for us to reference because the agenda item does not do it justice. So I'll open up the floor for members of council for questions and comments. And first up is Councillor Loy, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. General Manager, you mentioned the two counters that are in this main office here. I'm just wondering, we do have a public works office that has people coming in, and we also have a golf course that has two people on the counter. Has there been, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the General Manager, any consideration for those two places for sure, and there's probably others?
Thank you very much, Councillor Loy, and that's a question that I had as well, so good question. General Manager?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Loy and the balance of council. Certainly through our relaunch plans, we are considering public access to the Public Works building to be restricted to no public access. So that would, and there's several reasons around that, not just COVID-19 in terms of the type of setup that we have currently at the town office, at the Public Works office. With the upgrade to a Public Works office, which has been a priority of council in the strategic plan and is a forthcoming corporate initiative. Certainly any front counter space that would be designed or developed in an improved operational building would certainly include this type of protection in the future. At the golf course, because we opened in May and we had to react very quickly to providing that protection to our staff. We basically homemade built a barrier system for the golf course that seems to be working quite well when people stand behind the barrier, but certainly staff are directing people to stand behind those barriers, and they're performing quite well at this time. Any other public buildings, such as the library, which is being constructed currently, we'll have to speak with the architect to talk about design features that might be improved at their circulation desks to assist in this particular safety measure. And FCSS has also asked us to provide them with any designs that we move forward on in the future. And certainly we will be asking any work that's conducted moving forward to include their front desk counter and improvements that could be made to support the same protections for the staff at the FCSS building.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Councillor Loy, is that sufficient?
Yes, Your Worship. I'm glad that we are going to look at all our personnel, our employees when we do this, and not just a couple and then maybe some later on. They're all equally important and they all got to be protected at the same time. So thank you, General Manager.
Thank you, Councillor Loy. Moving up to Councillor Laurie, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Two questions. The first to the General Manager is we've got a mock-up for the second floor of what I believe is the planning and infrastructure front counter. Does this include the area behind with the Community and Protective Services front counter as well? Or is this just for these two counters?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question, and it's a good question. I believe that the door is sealed now. I believe there's a wall there. General Manager?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, the second counter that formerly housed the front counter service person for Community Protective Services has been closed in. There's currently a wall there. The only two counters we have at the town office right now that are accessible by the public are the Public Works counter and the counter on the first floor. The inquiries for Community Protective Services are dealt with on the bottom floor, and a phone call is made up to the staff member that's required from the customer that might be at the front counter. So we've eliminated one customer service counter. Probably over the last 8 months, that counter has been gone from the town office.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Laurie, you had a second question?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Your Worship. And yeah, I was trying to visualize as I was walking up the stairs and I couldn't quite recall on the counter there. Second is just in regards to the procurement process for this. Would either the General Manager of Corporate Services or the General Manager of Community and Protective Services remind Council what the requirement is to go out to tender?
Okay, thank you very much. So the new West Trade agreements or whatever that we have to follow.
Your Worship, through to Councillor.
Okay, go ahead. General Manager of Corporate Services, I believe.
Your Worship, thank you. Because the trade agreement is for $75,000 and above, but the council procurement policy would speak to greater than 40,000. We would receive 2 or 3 quotes to ensure that the prices are competitive.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Laurie, does that answer your question?
It does, and I just want to add a general comment. I think the General Manager had mentioned that we were actually approached by this company, the company who had designed the town office and done that. And so I'd just like to make sure that, obviously all businesses right now are looking for opportunities and are looking for, the ability to provide their services to their loyal customers. But I also want to make sure that we're spending properly and fairly. And so I certainly hope through this process we will go out and get at least 2 competitive quotes to this, as I know there are many companies right now that are out there doing similar service.
Thank you for your comments, and thank you for raising that. Moving on, next is Councillor Matties. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I do very much appreciate the message that I heard from Councillor Laurie with regards to the procurement process. when I first read this description of this request today, I was concerned at the price of it because I thought it was for protective barriers. I didn't realize that it was a whole setup with regards to a large desk system and complete closure. Just wondering, so is that, I want for sure that's correct, that it would include both, as well as I'm assuming that with our new tech age that it would be, equipped with that as well. If I could just get a little bit more of a description, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilor Matthews. General Manager of CAPS.
Your Worship, General Manager here. Certainly, there's several options, and again, this is just for clarity. The drawings that you have in front that we're seeing this evening were just conceptual drawings, and they were provided free. Certainly, we don't have an obligation to go back to the ECI to continue to do work, and certainly going to the competitive market was definitely part of our movement moving forward. A lot of these types of barriers do have enough of a space that you can pass a debit machine underneath and still provide the protections. As you've seen, I'm sure you've seen in many stores recently, they do have a bit of a slot that allows documents, and it also allows a debit machine or a payment to be passed between the customer and the staff member. So certainly anything that we do design and finalize will have those provisions in place so that we can do our due diligence with respect to receiving documentation and receiving payments and conducting our day-to-day business. And I think another question was, is the money that we're requesting intended to service both the upstairs and the second floor counters? And yes, it is. That's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. So that's for both floors, the upstairs and downstairs. Councilor Matthews, does that answer your question?
Yes, if I understood that it includes the entire structure, the desk and the glass barrier, as well as, so I was just questioning as to the $50,000. What did that entail as an estimate?
Okay, so Councillor Matthews, that does not include the desk. The desk is already there. It is for the glass and looks like maybe wood or metal containers or kind of outline. As can you see the screen share of General Manager Hill's computer?
Yes, Your Worship, but are you saying that the $50,000 is just for the glass barrier?
So the glass barrier on top and then also on the main floor as well. So it needs to be constructed, designed, built so that it fits the curvatures of our desk.
I certainly hope we can get a better price than that. Honestly, I just find that, all these things, again, I'll give you an example. I had my kitchen renovated. I had my floors resurfaced. I had my ceiling redone. I had the tile on my fireplace redone. I had a whole bathroom with huge glass in it. And all of that was $70,000. So I'm really hoping that there's a better price than $50,000 just for glass structure like that.
Right. So yeah, thank you for the comments, Councilor Matthews. And as the motion is read, is to use up to $50,000. And the general manager said that they were going out for competitive bidding for up to 3 quotes before they'll actually choose one. So it is nothing, has not yet decided on the cost. So they will be getting 3 quotes before they move on. Okay, moving on is Councilor Meyer. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have several questions, but I'll just start with the first one if I could. So through you to the General Manager, during his initial briefing, he had made a comment in regards to people coming over the counter, and this has happened from time to time. I would like to get a little clarity on that. Have we had breaches of security like that in Stony Plain, or is that maybe I'm misunderstanding exactly what he's describing?
Thank you. Good. That's a good question. I can tell you I've heard some stories about it. I have not physically seen it because I was not here in the office, but I'll leave that to the general manager to answer.
Your worship, through to Councillor Meyer and the rest of council, certainly people have threatened to do so. I think my comment was their potential for someone to come over the counter is certainly there in its current form. And it's been identified that that is a risk with that with the positions that do sit at the front counter from a customer service perspective. So we definitely have dealt with customers that have become heated from time to time, and other staff members have had to step up to the front counter to diffuse the situation. So certainly this type of structure provides more protection to the staff members that are immediately behind the front counter should a situation like that arise in the future.
Okay, Councillor Meyer, and you had a couple more questions?
Yeah. So in that regards, will these barriers be shatterproof or bulletproof in their nature?
Thank you. That's another good question. I believe I heard the word tempered glass, so I've asked the general manager to respond to that.
Your worship, through to Councillor Meyer, certainly we would be looking at something that would fit within our budget that would provide the greatest protection for our staff. I'm not sure that bulletproof would fit into that category. I'm not privy to what that requires, but certainly I think when you're talking about that level of protection, $50,000 may not cover, or it might just be buying glass for $50,000 and not be able to erect it. I'm not privy to how much bulletproof glass costs, but certainly we weren't considering that as part of our final design, but something thick enough that would provide a definite increase in safety to our staff.
Okay, thank you for that answer. So again, I heard you use the word shatterproof, so that is in tempered. So does that provide a little more additional safety versus just having regular glass?
Your worship, when someone refers to shatterproof, typically it has a coating on either side. So if the glass was to fail, it would be in a single motion, similar to your windshield, so that the glass does not come back into either the staff or the customer. If you consider tempered glass is what is used at hockey rinks currently, and pucks are hitting that at a great velocity, and very little damage happens to them. It can happen certainly if you hit it in the right spot, but I think for our purposes, we wouldn't typically see activities that would cause that to shatter or break regularly, or if at all.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Meyer, that hopefully that answers your question. And if you want to, again, to address the issue about bulletproof glass, you're more than welcome to make an amendment to this to make it bulletproof if you like. Okay, and you had another question, Councillor Meyer?
Yes, thank you. So I'm curious because I heard one of my fellow councillors mention that this was brought forward by the contractor who had built the building. I'm curious if that's true, and I'd also be curious how one councillor would know this and why, if it were true, something like that wouldn't be included in the lead sheet.
Okay, Councillor Meyer, I did not hear that. I believe the question was about how this came about, and the general manager answered that question by saying that it was the builder of the building has contacted previous companies that they worked with or built buildings for, and said this is because of the new norm, this is what we can offer. I believe that's what I understood. I believe Councillor Laurie made the question and asked, and then the general manager answered it. So I'll go back to Councillor Laurie, then to the general manager.
Yeah, Your Worship, it was explained in the general manager's presentation. That is why we also have the virtual mock-up of our actual counters, because this was brought forward by the same architectural firm that did the town office original build and renovation, I believe he said. So the general manager presented it in his report.
Okay, perfect. So just for my clarity then, was this something administration was considering prior to it being brought forward by this company?
Okay. Thank you. That's a very good question again. So maybe back to the general manager. With all the new regulations that we have to follow, was this something that was considered prior to the contractor contacting us?
Your worship, just for clarity, so protective barriers have become a very talked about topic in Alberta these days, based on COVID-19. The reach out, they didn't cold call us. We were investigating the use of protective barriers and types of structures that we might put in the town office. Staff have done several different reviews, and including talked to the city of Spruce Grove with respect to some of the barriers that they have in place at their public works building, which is very similar to the second illustration that I showed, which is this illustration. So the consultant that we're referring to and talking about right now didn't call us out of the blue and try to petition us to earn some business. This was simply something that they did on our behalf. I believe our staff may have requested that if they are able to assist, or they offered that they could assist with designing and developing or conceptually designing some items for us, because they did have our blueprints, and they were prepared to do it at zero fee, with no expectation for any future development work or engineering. Simply, they did this out of good faith for us.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Councilor Meyer, does that answer your question?
Just super clarity, we initiated this, and they offered to do this work, or this amount of mock-up, for free.
That's what I heard, General Manager.
Your worship, I can't. I don't have the details as to if we called them first, they called us first, but I do have the details that this work was done for free.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Meyer, anything else to add? I think you had a few. I'm not too sure if that covered all the questions that you had.
I will, if I have an opportunity to make comments at the end, and I'll let somebody else have a turn.
Thank you. Moving on, next on the speaker list is Councilor Plechko. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Awesome job to CAPS for bringing this forward. I think anytime we can bring something to our community that helps to guard our employees against anything that may or may not happen to them is a good suggestion. I'm just wondering, when I look at the diagram, this is very block, so I don't think there's anything special in design here. There's no curves to this. There's basically a square window that's put on a round counter and will fit together. I'm wondering if there's any possibility, while we talk about laminated glass, we could look at Lexan or plexiglass as an alternative to the costs associated with it. Quite often, half-inch Lexan will work as well as laminated glass at a substantially reduced cost and still give you the clear vision that glass will offer. So I imagine that when you put this out to tender, there'll be some options, and I look forward to seeing that as a tender so that all of our community has an opportunity to be involved in providing to our community.
Thank you, Councilor Plechko, for the mention about using Lexan, plexiglass, or maybe something else besides that. I don't think this is going out to tender. I believe when it was asked, the threshold was $75,000. This is under the $50,000, so they were going out to direct quotes. So reaching out to people that are in the field that does this and looking for 3 quotes. Is that correct? The general manager mentioned that.
Your Worship, yes, the General Manager of Corporate Services did mention that under our procurement practice, we would be looking for 2 to 3 quotes for this type of work. And definitely we would be looking at an affordable option. The $50,000 was based on an estimation, probably based on square footage, based on a design that the architect may be more robust than we're looking for here, but certainly we wanted to make sure that we had the funds available to get the best option and the most sustainable option for the town of Stony Plain as we move forward on this particular topic.
Okay, thank you very much. Any more questions, comments from council before I weigh in? I see nobody's chimed in and no hands are up, so I will weigh in myself. Thank you much for bringing this forward. I appreciate seeing the mock-up of what it could look like and some possibilities. I believe we are doing our due diligence as a municipality to make sure that we secure this area for our employees so that they feel safe and kind of in their workspace. It's very, very hard and probably difficult for an employee to work and work efficiently if they have kind of a notion of being unsecure, or maybe there's just a little bit of fear sitting behind that counter. I do see that the funding source that has been provided or suggested by administration, let me just pull it back up, is to come out of the town office building reserve fund for installation and of the barriers, I think, which is probably a good idea if we don't have the money in the operating budget this year, and I know we have to build and execute what we approve. Maybe a question to the town manager: can we approve this initiative going forward, but to be funded later?
Your worship, CAO here, I will ask our general manager of corporate services maybe to provide a quick comment on that, your worship.
Okay, thank you.
Your worship, I guess ideally we would identify funding source, but there would be opportunity to look at the 2020 results as we finalize those at the end of this year, I guess would be the other option at this point.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, I would rather not to come out of reserve at this point in time. This is a hard fiscal year for our community. We're looking at ways to secure the balance sheet. I know that we had a presentation by administration regarding projected kind of budget for this year, and we used the worst case numbers. I think we all remember that as a council. And with the most recent update by administrative staff, we might be okay. We might not hit those worst case scenarios. So I would like to propose a motion to amend this, is that that the council approves the project itself to be funded from the building reserve only if there is a deficit in this year's operating budget. I think with that, I'm going to pass the chair to Deputy Mayor so I can actually make that amendment so we can debate it. Deputy Mayor, you do now have the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's going to be a motion, or you've just made the motion?
Deputy Mayor, so Councillor Pletchko has the motion as presented here, and I'd like to make a motion to amend that. We will debate the amendment itself.
Okay, Mr. Mayor. Go ahead with your amendment.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion that changes the recommendation that it says Town Council approves the installation of protective barriers in all public counters in the Town of Stony Plain office, or the town office, to an amount of up to $50,000 to be funded from an allocation directed by council at the end of the fiscal year. If there is a deficit, then it will come out of the town office building reserve fund.
That's a clarification, or is that part of your amendment?
That's part of the amendment.
That's a long amendment.
Well, the amendment is to change the whole wording around. So instead of approving the $50,000 to come out of the reserve, I want to approve the project first, and then take the money out of operating if we have operating dollars. If not, then it comes out of the reserve. So then we're guaranteed to, if there is surplus, then it's coming out of that instead of coming out of the operating reserve, because as we know that our reserves, based on our last presentation by the auditors, that our reserves are fairly low. So if we can maintain it and keep it stable, I'd rather do that. Our fiscal plan that we approved for this year was based on a worst case scenario, and council's already had one report already that we will not be that dire.
Administration, did you make note of that amendment so that we can debate it?
Deputy Mayor, yes, we do.
Thank you. I see questions. Councillor Loy?
Yes, and thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I just have one question here. I guess I brought up about the golf course and other places that we want to protect our citizens. With the motion not being up on the screen for us to read it, was your wording that it is just applicable to this building alone, or are we talking about all properties where we have our staff to be protected? I'm just not clear on that, and because I can't read your motion, Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, do you want to clarify what your amendment includes?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor, and to Councillor Loy. If you read the original motion is only for this town office at this point in time. So I am not going above and beyond that. I'm just looking for a different source of funding for that. So instead of coming out of the reserves first, is to approve the project, leave it there to see where our fiscal position is at the end of the year. If we're in a deficit, then definitely comes out of the reserve, so it doesn't affect it. But if we're in a surplus, then it comes out of the surplus right off the bat, so we don't have to worry about it later on, which then allows us to maintain the office building reserve where it is. So what you're talking about is maybe another motion after, or another motion after this to, if you want to do the other buildings.
So
does that answer your question, Councillor Loy?
I believe, and I just want to reiterate it so that I and the other ones are clear. This is the funding of the project that we're debating on here now, which is perfectly fine. But then the original motion that was on the books only includes this building. We can make an amendment to that at that particular point in time.
It would take another motion. You wouldn't be amending this motion. It would take a whole nother motion if you want to include other buildings. Okay.
Yes, I'm clear.
Councillor Palechko had a question.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a question for clarification to Mayor Choi. Would it not be simpler just to approve this project, and if there's a surplus at the end of the year, we move it automatically back to this, rather than approving portions and this and that? Would it not just be a simple amendment to move from a surplus to the reserve?
Thank you, Councillor Palechko. Mr. Mayor, did you want to comment on that comment?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And yeah, that might be one way of looking at it. However, because we do have a policy that directs us what do we do with reserves at the end of the year. So I'm trying to not go to that step, to just have it all figured out here so that if we approve the project, we know where it's going to go, we know where it's funding from, and how it's going to be done. Because I believe in our policies that we have for any surpluses, a third goes into this tax stabilization reserve, a third goes into something else, then a third is at council's discretion, which then does do the same thing that you're suggesting. I'm just going ahead and saying, I think this is a good thing. We have things, the possibility. Let's take care of it right now so we don't have to deal with it later.
Administration, do you want to comment on that? Which would be clearer to you and to the easiest to move forward on? I'm asking the manager of corporate services.
Deputy Mayor, I would maybe propose, if your worship is comfortable with it, that we say that the funding is from the 2020 surplus, and then as we finalize those numbers in the spring, we'll bring them back to council and make sure that this is clearly identified how it was funded, and then he is correct that, you know, there's that remaining allocation, and so we will show that to council, all those different pieces, so that that's understood at that point. I think from administration's perspective, if council passes the motion tonight, we would, you know, proceed with the project and fund through this year's budget. If that changes, we will report back to council and deal with it at that time. But based on the projections at this time, you know, it's looking like that would be the way that it would end up.
Thank you, administration. I'm all for simplifying the amendment of this motion. So I'm going to call on Councillor Laurie, who had a comment. Then I'll call on Councillor Matties just in case she has a comment, but I don't have an email from her. So I will go ahead and call on Councillor Laurie, and then Mr. Mayor, please think about your amendment and the way that you would like it worded. Councillor Laurie?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. A question through you to administration. This is the town office building reserve that we are looking at funding this from, and my understanding on these type of reserves, particularly facility reserves, is that they are meant for improvements to these particular buildings. And when I look at the challenging fiscal year that we are having and are going to continue to have, I fully understand that there will probably be many areas, if we do in fact have a surplus, which we may wish to apply those funds. Given that we have a reserve with a balance that would currently be, correct me if I'm wrong, approximately $154,000, I'm struggling to understand why we would go to surplus rather than using a reserve that would actually be meant specifically for repairs and or improvements to this specific facility. Is that not what this reserve is meant for?
Thank you, thank you, Councillor Laurie. Councillor Matties, did you want to weigh in on this debate?
No, I'm listening carefully, and I'm appreciating the commentary so far. I may after I've heard the last comments.
Thank you, Councillor Matties. Mayor, have you thought about this amendment in regards to some of the comments that you've heard? And is there a simpler way to achieve what it is that you want to achieve so that we can have a motion here that can be voted on?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you for the feedback from members of council and members of administration. Yes, I would like to change that amendment to make it a little more simplified. And one of the reasons why I'm choosing to go this way is because even though that there is $179,000 in the reserve for the town office building reserve, that reserve is also meant to replace the town office building. We know $170,000 is not going to be able to replace that. And $50,000 coming out of that might just take that much longer as a community doing through this COVID-19 and all the economic downturn we've had to build up those reserves. I'd rather not touch the reserves if we can. So with that, Deputy Mayor, I'd like to change the motion to amend. It says the town council approves the installation of protective barriers at all public counters in the town office to be funded through the 2020 surplus.
Okay, that makes that clear. Any other debate, questions, clarity? Then I will, Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I didn't get an answer from administration when I asked the question in respect to the reserve and part of the purpose of the reserve for repairs and maintenance of the building. I do understand Mayor Choi's point about eventual replacement, but we're talking a long time left on the life cycle of this building. And as we've talked about with other facilities, sometimes those reserves are used to extend the life and improve facilities versus replace the facility depending on need and timing. Yes, the reserve is only at $150 some odd thousand right now, but as it's noted in the lead sheet, we also put $25,000 annually into that reserve. So I'd like to hear from administration in respect to the purpose and the intent of the reserve.
Thank you, Councillor Laurie. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you had a question to administration before. So administration, Councillor Laurie's question is, the reserve is for maintenance and upkeep of the building. Is that not correct?
Deputy Mayor, through to Councillor Laurie. So the purpose of the reserve is set up as a life cycle reserve for the town office. So this would, be a project that we would consider to be eligible under that life cycle reserve. I mean, it's typically used for, upgrading of HVAC or carpet replacement, those types of projects. And this is part of the ongoing asset management work that we are doing to identify all those projects and make sure that that reserve is funded appropriately. So really, at this point, either funding source could be argued to be appropriate.
Thank you, administration. Does that answer your question, Councillor Laurie?
It does. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I just want to highlight the fact that administration did mention that these projects would be part of the asset management plan to ensure that these reserves were funded adequately. So I think it would be appropriate that we put it from this reserve as part of their continuing work towards that, rather than directing the funding source to a different area.
Thank you. Councillor Meyer, did you have a comment?
Just for clarity, we're just voting on this amendment, right?
That's correct.
Okay, perfect.
And seeing no more hands, I'll make a comment that I too see the reserve as a fund used to manage and to upkeep the building, and I think that the barriers that are being proposed are definitely going to improve this building, and I think that's where the money should come from. But as administration has stated, at the end, when we do our corporate planning for next year, we can certainly move to change things around there. So I will not be supporting this motion. And so, Mr. Mayor, do you want to close debate?
Sure. Thank you much, Deputy Mayor. And thank you for all the comments from fellow councillors. I ask you to support the motion. I think it does simplify it for us in the long run, so that we don't have to re-deal with this issue in the future when we're dealing with a surplus or a deficit. This is definitely going to look at some of the initiatives to make our community better, and this is definitely going to make our town offices safer for our employees. Taking it out of any surpluses that come out in in this fiscal year 2020 will allow us to maintain the reserves, which are fairly low at this point in time. During all our audit presentations, there's always questions asked about our reserve levels, and every time they are fairly low. So we have an opportunity here to maintain that and not take and deplete it anymore. So I ask for council's support in the amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm going to call the question. Councillor Matties?
I oppose.
Councillor Laurie?
Opposed.
Councillor Loy?
In favor.
Mayor?
In favor.
Councillor Palechko?
Opposed.
Councillor Meyer?
In favor?
And I am opposed. So that motion is not carried. Thank you all very much. Moving back to the original motion and back to the mayor, please.
Thank you much, Deputy Mayor, and thank you very much for the conversation and the consideration of the amendment. Moving back to the original motion by Councillor Plechko. Any other questions or comments regarding that? Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a feeling I'm going to be the only one speaking against this, but I do want to just make the point that Stony Plain prides itself very much on being a open, friendly, small town feel. I would say very much that glass partitions detract from that feeling, and certainly it'll have a different feel when you walk in the front office to the town hall, which many of our citizens will. So when I oppose this measure, I hope that you guys appreciate it's not that I don't feel that safety is not important. I just wonder if we're not giving up something else there that maybe we don't fully appreciate that we're giving up. Anyhow, I would also like to just mention I don't necessarily appreciate how this is being brought forward. Is this for COVID or is this for security? And who exactly initiated it? I don't feel like I've gotten a very clear answer in that regard. So anyhow, those are my points, and I'll just end there.
Thank you much, Councillor Meyer. Any other questions and comments? Okay, see none. I will support the motion on hand. I believe this is kind of the new norm that we have to do. We need to provide protective service, protective barriers for our staff to interact with the public. As we know right now, the office is closed, and people that want to come in have to call in and we'll make an appointment so that we can actually secure the safety of both the resident and our staff workers. And that's why there's masks, and that's why there's increased cleaning, etc. So I believe this is a good step forward to make sure that we as a town office are following all the provincial health orders so that we're not offside those regulations. Councillor Matties, you kind of texted in at the last minute. So do you have something to say before I call the question?
Yes, I do. I too concur with what Councillor Meyer had said. I had to, after I read this, I contacted our CAO and I wanted to have clarification on how having a protective barrier for COVID-19, which I know that you can buy a temporary protective barrier for a reasonable price as what was presented today. Then what was presented back to me was that it's not only a protective barrier with regards to a infectious disease or virus, but it was with regards to security issues. I've never once in 2.5 years have heard of a need to have a protective barrier with regards to security. So I have had questions myself. But then I've been told now that that these things have happened. So I don't know. I'm on very much on the fence as well with regards to what our needs are here. But I do definitely believe that we need to protect our staff. And if there is truly those risks, then we do need to place these barriers so that people are safe in the workplace. So on that end of it, I will support this, but I'm hoping that it's that we get what we need, but it's at a reasonable price for this community, because these are difficult times right now, and we need to know that.
Okay, I see just now Councillor Loy has just texted in that he wants to speak. So, you know, when we go through debate and questions and comments, I like to ask everybody to kind of finish up so then I can call the question. So when you guys text me after, it's like it's kind of, you know, we're not trying to play who gets the last word here. So if, please, when I ask for comments, I always wait until everybody's all done before I speak. So if we can do that before that, then we can move on in a swift and timely manner. Councillor Loy, go ahead.
I'll be very brief. My only concern is up to $50,000. I believe that the safety of our people is important, but I'm just going to speak to the general manager and administration in general to really do your due diligence on this. Other than that, I will support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor.
I don't see. Oh, I'm already on. I approve. In favor.
Councillor Meyer.
Opposed.
Councillor Matties.
In favor.
Councillor Laurie.
In favor.
Councillor Plechko.
In favor.
Councillor Loy.
In favor.
And I'm in favor as well. Okay, so that's carried 6-1. Thank you very much for the conversation and debate on that one. Very well done, guys. And thank you for administration for the presentation and bringing the item forward. Moving on to 9.4, which is the South Park Extension and Development of Town Lands Project. Councillor Matties, I can ask you for the motion, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council accept the South Park Drive Extension Report for information.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. I'm going to move on to administration to provide the report so that Council can ask questions and then debate it.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will ask our Manager of Engineering, Brett Newstead, to provide an overview for Council.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. I'm just going to get my presentation going here. Can everyone see it?
Yes, it is on the screen.
Perfect. Your Worship and Council, as introduced by CAO, tonight I will be presenting the proposed South Park Drive extension for Council's information and consideration ahead of the corporate plan this fall. I have a brief presentation on the subject to present tonight. Afterwards, I'll welcome any questions or comments from Council. This presentation is about 5 minutes, so I just ask for your patience. This is just a brief overview of the topics I'll be covering tonight. There are more details on all these matters found in your lead sheet report. So we'll be covering the project background, financial implications, and moving on to discussion from Council. So as a brief overview, as most of Council is no doubt aware, South Park Drive is an incomplete road that wraps around the Westview Health Center, located northeast side of town Stony Plain. The proposed project would connect the existing South Park Drive limits that terminates at one of the parking lots for the Westview Health Center and connects it to the 44th Ave roadway. This project would facilitate traffic flow and also ease of access for residents in the local area. In terms of development opportunities, in addition to the transportation benefits that would no doubt be realized through this extension, this does allow the town to potentially develop a portion of land in the northeast side of the lot, known in this figure as Lot 8 PUL. The opportunity that arises here is using the road's construction, we can extend services to this location, potentially making it developable into something a private developer could take on. In addition to the developable lot itself, there are two other factors for consideration in the lead sheet. One is the construction of a green belt that would go along the edge of the property of 8 PUL that borders directly with the resident lots. This would provide a green space barrier between the development in question and the residents who currently reside in the Silverstone development. Additionally, while the roadway does provide a connection to Silverstone as depicted in this map, it is recommended as a future phase for consideration and not in phase 1, which is just the South Park Drive connection itself. Oh, and here is a very crudely drawn line of where the green belt will go. My next figure has a much better shot of this. So this is a aerial view with a area depicting how much area is developable in the lot. The green space along the right side is the proposed green belt. In this photo, it's approximately 3 meters wide. However, this could be amended depending on development opportunities that are brought forward for consideration. This is just this is just to give council some scale as to what we're talking about and some numbers besides the size of the lot we're talking about. The financial implications of this project are as follows. As shown in the lead sheet, the South Park Drive proper, the one that connects the loop around the Westview Health Center, is the lion's share of the project at about just over $2.3 million, with the Silverstone connector coming in at approximately just over $700,000, totaling for both projects to be just over $3 million in total cost. For phase one, which is just the South Park Drive consideration, administration has estimated that, like, in addition to the $2.3 million for the construction and design, the Greenbelt construction would cost approximately $100,000. The servicing would be approximately $190,000, bringing the total to $2.6 million to build the road and develop the lot. In discussions with our economic development branch here at the town, using similar sized lots in the area, we estimate that the land value is currently $2.5 million. Should we be able to sell the APUL lot after servicing is done? This is just an estimate at this time. There would need to be a formal appraisal, as there is market considerations and other factors that we need to consider prior to providing a formal cost. However, at a high level, this is a number that we have come up with for council's consideration. Lastly is the funding of the project. There was discussion about debenture limits tonight, so this will fit in quite well into this. So for each of the funding options, we would likely require a debenture. So we presented 3 options: 10, 15, and 20 years amortization. The yearly payments and total interest paid at term are presented for council's review, and this is more detailed in the report. Each option does have the town receive their proper principal payment. Just how the debenture would be serviced is just there for council's information. Our next steps is tonight for council to accept this for information. That's July 13th. The next phase would be council to review and debate this in the corporate plan with this information in hand. And if approved by council in the corporate plan, the administration will move forward with detailed design and a proper land value appraisal. That concludes my presentation. I'll leave the presentation up if you would like me to reference any slides, and I welcome any questions from your worship and council.
Okay, thank you for the presentation and an update of the South Park Drive extension. This has been an initiative of the Town of Stony Planning Council for the last few years, and I know we approved a little while ago some money into our budget to do the initial phases of examining the road and the quality of the road and kind of how we can best utilize it and make this actually a project. So thank you for bringing that forward. Members of council, any questions or comments to our manager, Mr. Newstead? Councilor Pletch, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. As I read through this package, many questions come to mind with this project. A couple of things that really stood out to me was the cost associated with this, the recoup of the money that's possible. But the one thing I noted in there was on several times it was stated that there was zero interest on the project and there was nobody looking at it. So a lot of this is a speculation, and I'm wondering at what point in time, with the situation that we're in within the community, knowing that there's other stuff that's coming forward, we start to look at the projects that were good projects and still good projects that need to be put somewhat on hold. And I'm wondering if this is one of them projects that once we have a developer, what I'm looking at is page 69 of 208, and there appears to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 possibly 11 lots available that I can see from this one little picture. And I'm wondering what developer today has put forward any development on this land. Now, I get that there's a need for the access into that area as well, but that access has been not there for a period of time. And I suspect that this is an area that's going to need to be developed, but at what point in time is that really the key? So a number of questions that come in there, and I'm just wondering if administration can answer a few of them. I suspect other councillors will have a lot more questions.
Thank you,
Your
Councillor
worship.
Fletchko. I think you asked a good question. I think the questions that you're asking was regarding prioritizing our projects, and that is why this is here is for information, because this was one of the projects that we had listed as a council as a priority. So they're following up with that, and as mentioned by the manager, that is for councils to deliberate during our corporate plan. So if we do not see that this is a top priority anymore, then that can get shifted around at that time. So asking the administration staff that question, we don't need to debate with them. They're just doing the work that we asked them to do. And this is just a follow-up for information. And as mentioned, the debate is amongst ourselves during corporate plan.
So that question wasn't a debate question. It was a simple question. Do they feel like, can you answer me? Is there developers looking to develop the land? Is there any potential development on the land that's there? Like, clarify some of the questions that I've asked, because I can see on the plan there's lots available. We're talking about another whole section, so I'm just wondering if we've got people that are interested. Then it makes, I understand it's for information today, but there's also some stuff that needs to be clarified for me.
Right.
Your worship, it's a CAO, and certainly I can provide some insight there, or commentary there. I would begin by saying, and clearly, prior to the recent COVID stuff, there were some light interest, I would say, some conversation, discussion would probably be the fairest way to put it, about that parcel. The larger area of the parcel. We would have to go back out and test the waters and have some discussion in the development community, both here in Stony and beyond, to see if that's still there. So, there's that's how I would answer that question. The second part of the question, referring to, so south there of the parcel we're talking about, I'm looking on page 69 of my agenda package of 208, but the parcel itself is located north of what is essentially a low-density residential development owned by Qualico at this point in time. The area that the town would have available for sale or for development, or whichever way you want to look at it, doesn't necessarily need to be that same built form. I believe currently there's no development zoning on it, I believe. So council would have the opportunity to guide the actual built form there through the zoning bylaw and of sorts. So I'll stop there, Your Worship. Not sure if it was 100% clear on the particular question, but those are a few comments related to those questions.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're moving on to Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll start with a question, and then I just got some commentary on it. So the question I have is in respect to the borrowing, and Councillor Plechko kind of alluded to the fact of, it might take some time to sell the lot. So in respect to the debenture borrowing in order to build the roadway, would we be intending to pay that debenture borrow off when and or if that lot is sold, or is this just balancing in the books at some time and that debenture would still be on our debt limit?
Your Worship, I'll again, CEO here, I'll maybe ask our General Manager of Corporate Services to comment on her thoughts along those lines.
Thank you, Town Manager, to Council. So we would borrow the full amount. And I think in this case, because there is potential land sales in the future, we would look at borrowing that we would be ability to repay earlier. So if and when that land sold, we would take those proceeds to pay for the debenture at that time. I think that the town has done a similar project to this in the past, and did the borrowing over a shorter term, used the land sales to pay off what they could of the debenture. And it would likely be a similar strategy for this project as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on.
That was just my question, Your Worship. I still had the comments after it.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much. And no, I really appreciate that answer, because I think that brings up a great point. And, it was done in the past on 28th Street, and we see the development that has happened around 28th Street with the Entro apartment buildings. There's a new apartment building going up on the corner of 28th Street and 16A right now. I think what this really does as well is this corner of town is one of our fastest growing corners of town. You have the commercial that's going in at Veterans in 16A, which has now also brought forward more development in the Sun Meadow subdivision. Councillor Palechko alluded to empty lots in the Silverstone subdivision to the south of this parcel, which actually those lots do have homes on them. Not all of them. There definitely still are vacant lots. But one of the biggest struggles for Silverstone as well has been the ability to develop out the next phase without having that access. And so I think we have to use this as an opportunity to consider what development could this actually spur on? What development could this help happen in our town? And for me, I love complete subdivisions, not partially complete subdivisions. So I look at this as this road, even if all this road ended up accomplishing, would be the access into Silverstone that would allow that subdivision to become complete and have those additional lots. And I think it's either phase 4 or 5, I think is what it's called, brought forward. I think that'd be fantastic. We talked a little bit about interest in the land. Well, as the town manager alluded to, that land currently is not zoned for anything but I think a PUL. So, we don't really have interest because it hasn't been marketed. The land isn't zoned as any type of residential, any type of commercial or anything like that. So there hasn't even been an opportunity to market it. But it is on one of our busiest avenues in town, being 44th Avenue, with the access from Veterans Boulevard straight across to South Park Drive. I also take this as an opportunity to look at what could be done with that southern portion that would be remaining as a PUL that would be town property. And if you've had an opportunity to look at the layout of our town, we have next to no outdoor recreational opportunities to the east of Golf Course Road. Our newest outdoor rink was built in West Era, which is one of our newer areas of town, one of our newer subdivisions that has an extremely high population density. With the entire portion here that you're looking at having Brookview, Silverstone, Jutland, Sandstone, Station 33 apartments, the Entro 28th Street apartments, the future high density that is both zoned and that is under construction and zoned that is just being marketed for sale adjacent to Station 33, you have a significant portion of population here. And this land to the south would be a great place to look at an opportunity for additional recreation options, such as another outdoor rink with an asphalted surface that would provide many summer opportunities for things like basketball, tennis. Many of these subdivisions, being new subdivisions, are built very tight. And so unfortunately, I've had the incidents of watching children play in these streets that come very close to significant injury because of the lack of sight lines and the lack of safety provided on those streets. So having a recreation opportunity outside of the street would be fantastic for this area of town. I'm fully supportive of this. I know that this road has long been on the maps and has needed completed. I think there's a great opportunity to have this fully wrapped around the Westview Health Center and show them what land they have remaining and what they could possibly do with their facility in the future. I think it opens up access into other areas that currently are either zoned or not zoned for development that could be developed. And I think it just continues to support a very popular area of our town that is expanding very rapidly. And we see that. I agree. We want to try and get development on our western boundaries where we've got the new school going in and we're talking about our potential of our rec center. But I also think we have to be logical in seeing where our current development is in the east and ensure we're supporting that as well.
Thank you, Councillor Laurie, for your comments. Moving on, any other councillors like to have comments and questions? Okay, see none. I will direct council and administration to page 78 of our agenda package. One of my questions to administrative staff is, I understand that currently the way that it is designed, there is a pathway that goes and cuts across the area, and showing on the yellow hex is what would be available for sale, which is 1.22 hectares. What is the possibility and the cost for us to, again, that creek area where the pathway is to bury that and cover that and use that as part of the property to be sold in the future? We know if there's a creek there stuff, we can't put any fixed buildings on there, but that can be a parking lot. So does that make sense to do that versus to carve that piece out? Because eventually, as we urbanize that entire area, as Councillor Laurie has said, that is one of the fastest growing areas of the town Stony and Plain, it will not be an open ditch anymore. It will be underground, it'll be piped for the safety of our residents and for the efficiency and the flow of storm management. Would that not be a good idea to do that now? And then if council wants to sell the entire property instead of carving that little corner out?
Your worship, I'll maybe just ask our manager of engineering to speak to any of the technical aspects of your question, or in relation to the creek and the stormwater and so on and so forth.
Apologies, I was muted. Thank you, Town Manager. Your Worship, just for clarity, if you can see my mouse, are you referring to up here?
Yes.
Okay.
So there is that storm, that creek that takes the storm water, it goes into the pond that is kind of across 44th. And the only reason that we're able to talk about this as a council and going forward is if you look at the previous designs of this area, it called for 3 small storm ponds in each one of those areas. So the property to the south, this property, and the property to the north. As development happened, it was deemed impossible to upsize that storm pond to take care of this all, so that we didn't have to have 3 storm ponds, one after the other, which gives this council, or future council, the ability to decide what we want to do with this land. Instead of creating another storm pond, we can use it for our own needs. We can use it for commercial. We can use it for residential. We can sell it. We can do whatever we want. But it gives us the opportunity to speak about it. And that is why that flows that way, and it goes into the creek. And then it goes into the pond on the other side of 44th.
So your worship, you're asking, again, just for my own clarity, that why don't we just, I guess, find a way to make better use of this land up here so that we are fully utilizing this lot? Is that correct?
Yeah, so I guess this is the creek that provides storm water to the pond on the other side. Can we not pipe that and then fill that in so we can utilize that parcel of the land as well?
Your worship, there would be options that town administration could explore for that. It would be significant cost to move that, and which would up the cost, the servicing costs, or other things that we'd have to discuss with the developer. I'll say that nothing's impossible to sort out with this option. You'd either have to find a way to store and do underground piping to connect, as I think you were alluding to, or find some other storage options to convey the water to this location. Those are solvable solutions, although they would be quite expensive to fill this in and then reroute the water.
Okay.
The plan is presented. I apologize. Is to facilitate the land that's most easily accessible, given the opportunity to service the land across.
Okay, and then just to be clear, there, it's not about rerouting the water. It is keeping the same water flowing the same direction, because that's how it was designed. But to have it piped, so then that area can be used as a parking lot later on to service the residential or commercial site that we might be able to sell.
Correct. I apologize. What I was getting at was that this would likely have to be a large style culvert that would have to go and connect these locations. Given that you'd be parking vehicles on it, it would have to be a bridge size culvert, and there would be additional considerations apart from just a regular culvert that you might put under a driveway, for example. It isn't insurmountable. It just adds more cost to the project. It's something that we could explore if in my experience, if it's the right project and for the right developer, that could be something that we could explore with them. Again, for this presentation and this discussion, we wanted to keep it to the most easily accessible land, the lowest hanging fruit, as if you may. But it's not. It's something we could explore up here if the project moved forward.
Okay, well, thank you for that clarification. And then this is exactly why this is here, is for information for council to have a kind of talk about it. And then, as you mentioned earlier, this is going to be one of the topics during our next corporate plan. So as we move forward to say, does this project continue or does it not? Councillor Matties, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I've had a bit of a challenge following along the presentation because I'm not able to see the presentation, and I believe there might be some issues with my phone. But so when we're pointing at things, I'm not sure exactly what we're pointing at. But I got a couple of comments with regards to, first of all, what Councillor Laurie said. I really did appreciate all of the detail in his discussion with regards to the opportunities that are presented in that area of town, and we're seeing that what I didn't see 2 years ago when this was first presented to us. But I do see also the challenges that Councillor Palechko spoke of as well. I see the 11 lots that Councillor Palechko spoke about, but then there's also about 17 lots to the south that are adjacent to the south portion. And, we're talking about that there's not an interest there, but would there not be an interest if the road was developed and that type of thing? So my question is, I'd like to understand a bit more about the cost benefits. There was also discussion regarding transit and and the ease and access out of our community, to access, whether that's Edmonton or Spruce Grove. And so I'm seeing the opportunity, but I just need to have more information.
It's good comments there, Councilor Matties, and that's exactly why it's here, for information, so that we can start talking about it and starting to get some ideas of what's going to happen, and then we can, continue to follow the process. It will be a few years if council decides to go ahead with this project. It will not be next year; it'll be a few years down the road. So it gives us time to think, consider, and look at different options. Maybe to administration, then to Councillor Matty's questions about the lots to the southern port portion, and then how does that tie into the regional transit that we're looking at to provide services to our residents?
Your Worship, I'll maybe make a few comments, and then perhaps if the manager of engineering wishes to add further. I believe that as the localized transit system gets built out and operationalized and so on and so forth over the next couple of years, it would be going through this area. Again, typically transit services, will provide some value to the property or the property that they're servicing, especially or potentially if they're a high density build or some form of commercial. Your Worship, again, I think for council at this point in time, again, this is for information. The properties located south of this area or in that Silverstone are again single family residential, and I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but I'm not sure that this parcel, the one we're looking at, its highest and best use would be single family residential. I would tend to think, although we haven't done a great deal of study on it, that's still to come, or further discussion to come, would be some form of mixed use or neighborhood commercial, or some higher density housing if possible. Again, Your Worship, there's work to do on that and backgrounds and you know, I mean, these are the questions we wanted to hear, so we understand what council is thinking about, or some of the questions that you do have and will have, and that's what we're here for tonight, is to just begin this dialogue in earnest. I'm not sure if the manager of engineering wishes to add anything further, but
yeah, thank you, town manager. The only extra comment I'll make is with respect to you're just piggybacking off your discussion on services. As the town adds more services and they align with different areas and different parcels of land and roadway corridors, different developers may or may not come out with different ideas. It's very difficult to extrapolate those localized opportunities at this time. But we'll say that there are things that we could consider later.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Matties. Anything else to add? Thank you for your comments.
I just have one other little comment, is, with regards to outdoor recreation opportunity like the rink or park, but also a skateboard park would be awesome there, because it's just, it's a pretty dense area and lots of young families living there. So I think that would be excellent.
Thank you for the comment. Moving on, members of council, any more questions or comments regarding the update? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the next question that I have. A little while ago, I believe the developer came and tried to rezone phase 5. And phase 5, if council can look at it, turn to page 77 of 2008 or 208. So that is the area that is south of the current development that has a few empty lots remaining. One of the considerations that the developer wanted was to increase the density in there to make it more affordable and to allow us to have better services for our residents. One of the reasons that was not done was because of the secondary access in and out of Silverstone. If council was to pull this project and make it a priority in the next few years, and that does happen, what is the likelihood of the developer coming back to have that rezoned in the future?
Your worship, I'll ask if the manager of engineering has any comment directly on that. I can certainly provide some background as well.
Thank you, town manager. Your worship, that's a discussion that we haven't engaged with Qualico at this time. That's something that I would have to take for information and bring back to council at a later date.
Okay, thank you. And then looking at the same page, the unconstructed, the South Park Drive extension, which would be fully on the town of Stony Plains land, which then we will have to foot the bill for. But the Silverstone connector, looking at the diagram, half of that road is on our property and half the road is on the developer's property. Looking at the cost analysis for the Silverstone connector of $700 and some thousand, is that just for the entire road, that connector?
Your worship, you're asking, to clarify your question, you're asking if the $700,000 is for this complete connection from the proposed South Park Drive to Silverstone Crescent?
Yes.
Yes, that estimate is for the whole length.
Okay, if that's the estimate for the whole length, is it our responsibility to finish that? Since half of the land is in the developer's property, do they have any share in that?
Your worship, that's a discussion that we would have to have with Qualico. We haven't approached Qualico with that number as of yet.
Okay, so may I ask what the development agreement says with Qualico regarding Silverstone?
Your worship, I'd have to go review the development agreement to bring you a clear answer for that question.
Okay, that's just questions that we're having. Again, we're asking this for information so that we'll have some better ideas when we come forward later on. Okay, any more questions from members of council? Okay. Then I'll have another question that I maybe want to, again, just put up there for thought and conversation. Thank you very much for administration for this information and this very good report, because South Park Extension has been on the books for quite a few years in terms of accessibility and other entrance in and out to the Westview Health Center. My question then is, it does cost a lot of money to complete and connect that extension, and then also to do what we needed to do. Is it possible for council to approve the subdividing of the lot 8 PULs first, then market it, and then if we have a sale, then approve the project and then go ahead and build that road extension, instead of building the road construction, subdividing it, and then trying to market it? So if we look at this project, as mentioned by Councillor Laurie, of the density there, the growing area, and again, the concerns about our fiscal constraints and being added to our borrowing limits, etc. What if we do the least amount of cost, but the biggest impact? It was mentioned by council that there hasn't been a lot of interest because we haven't marketed this. Well, what if we subdivide it and start marketing it first? What are the possibilities? And then after if there is interest, then council can revisit doing the South Park extension. Looking for comments from administration and maybe members of my council.
Your worship, again, it's a town manager, and I can provide some general comments on there. The idea in this particular instance is that at this point in time, the town has no land purchase costs. So, we would have, none that I guess we would say are on the books or that we have. This parcel has been owned by the town for, as long as I know of, and certainly longer than that. So if we were to just, go through the subdivision process and try to market that, that's, that's certainly an option or a way to go about it. Your worship, frankly, it would be my intent that, as we move along and council becomes more inclined or starts to review this process and this project and so on and so forth, that we start to have those conversations with the development community, both, like I said, here and within the city of Edmonton, or wherever. Well, I think I want to stop there, Your Worship, but I can certainly add further if that wasn't too clear. I think there's two ways to go about it. That's one way. At this point in time, we're proposing a way that's potentially more active for the town to be involved with. Your Worship, I'll stop there. Sorry.
Okay. No, thank you very much, and I appreciate those comments. And again, there's different ways to look at this, and one way costs money up front first. The other way costs maybe a little bit of money up front, but a lot less money, but the ability to see the interest first. I do have to kind of thank administration for this, and again, to reminding council, this is also part of our land management assessments. We have a lot of land that the town of Stony Plain owns. We have slivers here. We have pieces here that we don't do nothing with. I think this is a good way for us to kind of look at different areas of town that we have and what's the best use of that land. As I mentioned earlier, if you look at the original designs of this whole area, it was designed to have 3 storm ponds. So that the southern part was supposed to have a storm pond, the northern part was supposed to have a storm pond, and then across the street of 44th, there's supposed to be a smaller storm pond there as well. Looking at land management uses, it was deemed that was not the best use of land to have 3 storm ponds, one after the other, wasting a lot of land in terms of density, and in terms of, if we do that, then we're looking at urban sprawl, we're moving further and further out. That is why the South Business Storm Pond, management pond, was built bigger to handle all the storm needs in that area, so that we can actually have the opportunity to talk about this and to look at land that we have in a community that we can maximize. As a town of Stony Plain, this is a great conversation for us to have going into the future. So thank you very much for the conversation. Administration, hope you guys had an earful, and looking forward to the conversations that we will have as a council during corporate planning as we continue to move the processes forward. Thank you. We had the motion from Councillor Matties to accept for information. I'm going to call the question. Councillor Laurie.
In favor.
Councillor Matties.
In favor.
Councillor Loy.
In favor.
Councillor Plechko.
In favor?
Deputy Mayor.
In favor.
Councillor Meyer.
In favor.
Okay, and I'm in favor as well, so that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a break here before we move on to 9.5. We'll take a 10-minute recess and we'll be right back. Thank you. Okay, members of council, administration, and the public that are following along, welcome back to council meeting, and we'll move along on our agenda, which is 9.5, is the Federation of Canadian Municipalities grant application. If I can have Councillor Meyer make the motion, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council approve, 1, the submission of an application for the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Asset Management Grant in the amount of $40,000 to undertake the following activities. A, pavement management software purchase and installation. B, equipment rental for data collection. C, asset management training and student. And 2, the use of 2020 budget up to $10,000 to meet the matching requirements of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Asset Management Grant.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meyer. Administration, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, it's our CAO. I will ask our Manager of Engineering, Brett Newstead, to speak to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Town Manager. Your Worship and Council. As introduced by the CAO, the town is proposing to apply for the Federation of Canadian Municipalities FCM grant. I do not have a presentation for this item, but will briefly summarize the topic and allow the opportunity for questions and comments. The town has applied for this grant before in previous years. This grant would allow the town to continue improving its asset management by way of education for staff, funding for a student, equipment rental, and software. This funding will help the town staff to improve its current knowledge of best practices towards asset management and properly manage new information that is coming to the town this fall. By applying for this grant, the town hopes to continue its momentum to provide council with stronger recommendations to maintain town infrastructure and assets. That ends my introduction to the subject, and welcome any questions or comments that I can answer for this grant application.
Thank you much for the presentation, and open the floor to the members of council for any questions or clarity questions that you may have, and maybe a comment or two. Thank you. Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration, I recall back in corporate planning, we approved dollars for asset management moving forward into the corporate plan for this year. I'm just wondering, is this in addition to the dollars that are already approved, or is this replacing some of the dollars that were approved if we receive the grant, which would then enable us to use those dollars elsewhere?
Your Worship, through the Councillor Laurie, these funds are in it to supplement the existing funding already approved by Council.
Excellent. So for clarity, this will allow us to do more than we were originally planning on doing. Your Worship, I might want the town manager to just add some extra information to my answer. Due to COVID, I know there have been some changes with how we are looking at our funding, but this would allow, is our intent to leverage all available funding towards asset management that council allows us.
Okay, thank you. Town manager.
Your Worship, I don't think I have anything else to add. You know, we do have some hiring freezes on and so on and so forth. You know, so should we be approved, should the timing be as it is, you know, we would have to cross that bridge when we got to it, when it comes to any sort of student hirings and so on, and training. But, you know, I mean, this is being funded externally, the majority of it, if the grant is approved, and, you know, I would expect that we look at that favorably.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions and comments from members of council? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
I believe that our town manager said that we have applied for this grant before. Have we usually received this grant? What are our chances of getting this grant?
Your Worship, through the councillor. So the all items presented in this grant are in line with the application's parameters that we can apply for, as I read it this year. The town did receive, I don't know the exact number that we did receive in years past, but we were fully approved for the work that and scope that we had applied for before. for council's information, the way that this grant works is we'll be the FCM committee will be looking at our previous applications, see what progress we've made as a town with our asset management, which this year in 2020 we have made some significant work with our asset management committee, things that we would be putting in towards the grant application. We will be using that work that we've done internally in addition to the programs such as the payment management program and the asset management student that was approved by council to leverage and make this application as successful as the town can make it.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions?
No, just thank you, Mr. Mayor. And that question was through you to administration.
Thank you. Okay, members of council, any other questions for clarity and understanding regarding the grant application? Okay, see none. On behalf of council and the residents, thank you very much for the presentation and the background information. I look forward to hopefully receiving positive news regarding the application, and we're able to continue to move forward regarding looking at things within our community, such as asset management, to help us kind of understand what we have in terms of like one of them is the pavement, and we all, council was aware, and we were part of the demonstration of what we're doing in terms of our streets to make sure that we have better kind of understanding of what's underneath the streets so that we can better plan and manage the assets that we have. And this will just re-up that alley to help us to provide better instruction and direction for our administrative staff so that we do not exceed our borrowing capacity, do not exceed our servicing abilities and stuff like that, so that also providing the best results to our residents on the dollar like this. It's 80% is covered by FCM and 10% is by us, so 20% is by us, so it's good. Okay, with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Councillor Matties?
In favor.
Councillor Laurie?
In favor.
Councillor Plechko?
In favor?
Councillor Meyer?
In favor.
Councillor Loy?
In favor?
Deputy Mayor?
In favor.
Okay, and I'm in favor as well, so that is passed. Thank you very much, administration. Moving on to 9.6 is the golf course operational update. And if I can have Councillor Laurie make the motion, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will move that the council accepts the golf course operational report as information.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And go ahead, administration, with the presentation so that we can ask questions and accept it.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, it's a CAO. I will ask our General Manager of Community and Protective Services to speak to this item.
Okay, thank you very much, and welcome, General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, Council has read the report, but I have summarized it in a quick presentation, so I'll just share my screen once more. And just confirming that presentation is on your screen now.
Yes, I see it.
Okay. So as Council's aware, as COVID hit Alberta, there was a risk that the golf course was not going to be open in 2020, and we did put a report in front of Council on April 27th that indicated with the golf course not opening, what the financial deficit might be under that scenario. Fortunately, the Alberta government and some petitioning by the PGA of Alberta, we had golf courses open in the month of May. So very, very appreciative of that. And I'm very sure that people are happy that they had an opportunity in May to get out and get active. So the presentation this evening, again, we've done a report, one report to council in the month of June, but this will summarize a bit of that information and the year-to-date statistical information related to the golf course for the month of June. So just to recap, on May 6th, which is stage one basically of the relaunch for the government of Alberta, golf courses were permitted to open. On the first day of opening, we had a 12-minute tee time. Our pro shop was not permitted to be open. Practice areas were closed and restricted. The restaurant was closed. Social distancing was in place and continues to be in place today. High-touch areas were removed from the golf course. Pins were required to stay in the cup, and we had to add devices. We started with pool noodles and have evolved to another device that pops your ball out with the end of your putter. Power carts were restricted to single riders, and golfers were limited to a 15-minute before tee time arrival at the course, and that continues today. On May 14th, May 6th, just to back up quickly, that was the early stages where golf courses were permitted to open as early as May 2nd. We opened ours on May 6th. Stage 1 officially kicked off on May 14th, which permitted pro shops to open, restaurants to open, driving ranges were considered. We didn't open ours immediately in the first part of May. It was closer to the end of May, beginning of June. The 10th Tee Snack Shack, we did have to remove that building due to degradation, and through the contract with our food service provider, a 10th Tee Snack Shack option was brought in just based on doing some improvements to that particular food truck. It took a little longer to get the 10th Tee Snack Shack open, but it is open currently. On-course food and beverage carts started in that mid to late part of May. We reduced our tee times from 12 minutes to 10-minute tee time separation. And towards the end of the month of May and beginning of June, 2 golfers per cart were permitted at the facility. We did open the putting green for players that were registered to play at the golf course prior to their tee time. And we did open the driving range with a similar format to booking a tee time at the golf course, with a reduced number of slots for people to use the driving range and additional sanitization and operational safeguards put in place. In June, we started our leagues. So the men's league, ladies league, seniors league, and the Nine and Dine program started. Just a couple comments on the Nine and Dine. It's been a very successful program in 2020. We've had up to 60 golfers take advantage of that per Friday night. Typically, we were probably getting 20 to 25 in previous years. So that's been a very successful program in 2020. Social distancing and the 50-minute arrival, as mentioned previously, we anticipate that to be in place for the remainder of the season. And we also believe to be in place no touching of the pins, removing the pins, and high touch areas are limited also. A couple of quick stats for May and June of 2019 and 2020. So as you can see, May 2019, we had 893 rounds played versus 4,685 rounds played in 2020. A couple reasons with that. May, typically, sometimes the weather doesn't permit us to open our golf course as quickly as we may have opened this year. We did have favorable weather this spring. We also had some delays with our green conditions, so that certainly impacted the number of rounds played in 2019. June, you can see 4,700 rounds played in June of 2019 and 6,600 rounds played in June of 2020. Approximately 30% of those rounds played in 2020 are being played by members, and 70% are being played by green fee players. Driving range, May last year, we were about $8,700 for the month of May. Month of June, we weren't open this June for, sorry, let me get my stats here. So yeah, this is the driving range. Sorry, May 2020. No, we weren't open in May for 2020. Sorry for the driving range. I'm reading it right. So we did have $8,700 for May for driving range in 2019. We were able to open the driving range a little sooner than the golf course. Easier to, I think the sun hits the driving range pretty readily, and it able to get the driving range open. Wasn't open again in May of this year. June 2019, about $14,200, and that's basically the driving range open, walk-ups, no restrictions at all. And you can see we're slightly behind in 2020 with restrictions at the driving range, and I would suggest that perhaps the restrictions aren't really impacting the overall, and a full month of operation would be July and August, so we'd have some better stats with a full month of operation, as I believe we opened slightly after the start of June for the driving range in 2020. Rain days. As you can see here, we had 2 rain days in May and June in 2020, 6 in May for 2019 and 14 in 2020. So, in 2019. So that contributes a lot to the number of golfers that we can get through the golf course. We're fortunate to not have a lot of rain days this year, and the rain is held off substantially, and we're getting a lot of nighttime rain, so a lot of golf has been able to play throughout the daytime hours. Staffing at the golf course, we've operated on a reduced staffing level for 2020. Our maintenance staff is reduced by 40%. Last report to council, we were closer to the 50-55% reduction. We did add 2 staff at the end of June just to assist in keeping up with the maintenance duties at the golf course, as things were falling a bit behind with the number of staff that we had reduced by. Pro shop continues with a 25% reduction. The back shop is down to a 50% reduction with the opening of the driving range. Some additional staff were brought in to assist with that. And the food and beverage is a 100% reduction. Basically, we're saying 100% because we've moved that to a lease arrangement for 2020. Moving forward, as we continue through the 2020 operational year, we will be analyzing operational efficiencies. COVID-19 has provided us the opportunity to look at what a lean operation can provide us and the numbers of staff that we would need to provide a lean operation and try and find a balance between what we typically operate with and what we can operate with and still provide a high level of service. Tee time separations. Reports are coming back that even with the 12 minutes and the 10-minute tee time separation, the pace of play is still remaining quite quick. Most people are getting around the golf course in about 4 hours, and it's not overly impacting the tee sheet. If you consider a typical golf course opening with a 7-minute tee separation, sometimes there's a lot of open space and a lot of open tee times at a golf course. If you're booking online at the Stony Plain Golf Course, there's on a very warm day, there's very limited spots for tee time availability. So I think the separation is certainly something that we're paying attention to in terms of whether or not it's something we'll continue to keep at the golf course in terms of not reverting back to a 7-minute, but perhaps introducing something that has been born out of the COVID response. Staffing levels. Again, I talked about reductions in the previous slide. Certainly not considering going back to full staffing levels for 2021. There are some efficiencies that we have gained and some abilities to adjust staff responsibilities to continue to cover off the golf course responsibilities. The maintenance side, again, with the addition of two staff in June, we'll analyze that to see what impact that has on the overall maintenance perspective related to the golf property and whether or not that number has to be refined further. We are going to be looking at memberships and green fee balance. This implies that there's a balance between how many memberships we should sell at the golf course related to green fee players to ensure that the revenue potential at the facility is favorable for the bottom line. So often when you've got a large membership, the tee times are booked and the round counts are netted down to a very reasonable rate for the member, and that it restricts the ability for green fee players to be at the golf course. And those are typically the people that are paying the full fee 100% of the time that they're golfing at the golf course. So we're definitely looking at the impacts of that. They did put some restrictions on the membership this year simply as a reaction to COVID. And definitely staff are looking into whether or not we should continue with a cap on memberships. The next council update is scheduled for September 8th, and we'll again have additional months worth of operating. And in addition to scheduled specific golf course operational updates to council, we do have our quarterly updates, financial and staff reporting that will continue to happen and include the golf course. This September 8th is in addition to those meetings, or those opportunities to discuss the golf course. Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you much for the presentation. And that's good to see some of the numbers and highlights so far for the 2020 operational for the town of Stony Plain Golf Course. Members of council, any questions and comments to our general manager, please? Councilor Lowry, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you to the General Manager, thank you for the report. It was great to see some of the numbers in there. I just had a question. You spoke about staffing reductions that were in there. And the one thing that I haven't seen that we see for other departments is a bit of a staffing flow chart. And I'm just wondering if you can give me a bit of an idea from the reductions. Was that across the board from the management level all the way down through the front line? Or was it mostly, some of the front positions? So, instead of, 2 or 3 pro shop assistants, maybe we only have 1, or instead of, a dozen groundskeepers, maybe we only have 10. And then I'm also wondering if you can touch briefly just in relation to the clubhouse inventory and how sales are going from that aspect, and if that is helping, and what programs we potentially have in place to mitigate the potential impacts of that.
Okay, Your Worship, through to Councillor Lowry. From the staffing perspective, a majority of positions were summer. Of course, across the board, town operation across the board, summer positions were reduced, and at the golf course, that certainly was one of the areas that we did reduce staffing. And the reduction of, the reversion back to a lease position for food and beverage certainly impacted the numbers of staff that we would typically have on at the golf course too. So the majority of the staffing positions and the reductions were in summer positions for sure. In terms of pro staff, just doing a quick count in my head, I believe we had 1 additional at the golf course last year than we do this year. So there would have been a reduction there. We're starting to do some private lessons. Typically, you need pros to do the private lessons, and those are booked and as per request rather than us facilitating programs. Just due to COVID and the staff that we don't have, being able to run programs such as a junior program where it requires staff time that we don't currently have been put on hold for 2020. Second question, was the pro shop in terms of inventory. I think we were a bit nervous when pro shops were not permitted to open and when we were restricted with the numbers of people that were able to come into the pro shop. I think as some of those restrictions have loosened and we've put the right provisions in place in terms of sanitization, the number of people coming into the shop and buying product has increased over the last 30 to 45 days. So from staff's perspective, it's been favorable in terms of the number of people buying product from the golf facility. They're also working on an online platform to react or respond to pro shops not being open, not understanding how long that would be in place in the initial stages. So we did have that online platform. Not sure how successful that is, but if I was interested, I can certainly get more information and provide that through email. And sorry, Councillor Lowry, I get a third question, but I'm missing it.
I think that's that covered everything about staffing, and if it's the flow chart, and then also clubhouse inventory and stuff. So I think that was answered. Yep. Thank you. Okay, members of council, any other questions? Okay, seeing no other hands being raised and nobody's chiming in, can administration provide me kind of the cost for the food and beverage lease agreement for 2020? I know last year there was considerable cost for us to run the food and beverage, and this year with COVID-19 and all things that's happened, it went back to a lease agreement for this year. So therefore there was 100% reduction in staffing levels, and then so obviously that line item would not be part of the budget that was presented to council now. What is it costing the town of Stony Plain or the golf course to have that leased out?
Your Worship, we built a lease agreement that either netted zero for us or made us a slight profit. we did expend about $20,000 in the first 3 months related to food and beverage in terms of prepping for the season. Once we realized the impacts of COVID-19, we released all of our food and beverage staff, but we already had some expenses that were incurred. Our goal is to try and recuperate some of those expenses, and we do have a lease agreement that, based on a percentage of profit that's earned at the facility up to a maximum amount, the town of Stony Plain gets a percentage. And then if the provider exceeds the initial, I'm not getting into the details, sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm being a bit vague simply because if we continue into a lease arrangement with a provider in the future, I want to make sure that we're being fair to the provider. But we certainly do have an agreement where up to X number of dollars, we get 10%, and over that value, we get 8% of the total. So certainly the town of Stony Plain gets money to cover the expenses related to operational things that are not included in the lease arrangement, such as equipment that we may provide for food and beverage that we currently own.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for that clarity. Okay. Seeing that there are no more hands up and nobody's chimed in, so thank you for that report, and I look forward to the next one that was coming in September. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? Councillor Meyer.
Sorry, in favor.
Councillor Plechko.
In favor.
Councillor Matthews.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor.
In favor?
Councillor Lowry.
In favor.
Councillor Loy.
In favor.
Okay, thank you. I'm in favor as well, so that was unanimous passing of the operation report for information. Moving on to 9.7 is the Town of Stony Plains Public Facility COVID-19 update. And if I can have Councillor Matties make the motion, please.
The town council accept the town public facility COVID-19 update for information.
Thank you, Councillor Matties. And go ahead, administration.
Your worship, again, it's a CAO. I will ask our General Manager of Community and Protective Services to present this item.
Okay, welcome again, General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Town Manager. Again, Council has a detailed report, but I have summarized it in a presentation, so I will again share my screen. Okay, so this evening, administration is presenting a report to Council, just identifying and giving a quick update as to how the Town of Stony Plain public facilities transitioned from COVID-19 shutdown in March to today, and the various phases in which we opened our facilities back to the public. And I'll give a brief background and about where facilities are at today and the usage, and then open it up for questions from Council. So since the end of March, COVID-19 has forced us to close the town operated facilities. So the list is there: Glen Hall Heritage Park, Community Center, Outdoor Pool, Rotary Spray Park, all the play structures in the community. The playgrounds stayed open. Sport fields for competitive use, they were open for casual use. The BMX track, skateboard park, racket courts, basketball courts, and outdoor fitness facilities were all closed until the government of Alberta opened their relaunch stages, stage 1 and 2. The majority of these facilities have opened back again to the public through those stages. So the early stage, May 2nd, previous report of the golf course, we shared that the golf course did open during the early stage, which began on May 2nd, and we opened the golf course on May 6th. With that opening, that was the only facility that was permitted to open. A pro shop was closed, restaurant was closed, and the practice facilities were closed. Moving to stage 1, which is between the dates of May 14th and May 31st, the town of Stony Plain worked on relaunch plans to open the following facilities, and eventually by end of May, early June, these facilities were open under the stage 1 relaunch from the government of Alberta. So the golf course, the pro shop, the restaurant, Some of our practice facilities remain closed. The driving range opened with restrictions. Green spaces remained at casual use only. Sport fields remained with casual use only. The racket courts opened with restrictions. We started with single play only. Now with the cohorts that are permitted through the stage 2 relaunch, some of that has changed. The basketball courts, same with restrictions. And the cohorts, the skate park, we opened with a smaller number than the outdoor gathering based on the size of the facility, and we've since moved that back to the numbers that are permitted as those continue to increase from a gathering perspective through stages 1 and 2. BMX track, we did work with the BMX club to ensure that they were comfortable with the track opening, and it's currently open to the community. And then we opened play structures and the outdoor fitness park. And that was through stage 1. Stage 2, sport fields opened with restrictions, and that was from a casual use to a competitive use. So essentially, sport groups were required to meet guidelines that were set by the province of Alberta and also their provincial bodies. Town of Stony Plain requested their plans, and we just ensured that they met with the guidelines and started booking the facilities for sport field groups. Glen Hall Arena, again with restrictions, they opened ice facilities. We don't have summer ice, but we do have lacrosse that comes in to our facility. The restrictions on ice, they were looking for summer ice users and not just the ice sports, but lacrosse and the dry sport on an arena pad, if possible, to use outdoor arena venues to complete their sports, as that's a safer venue than the indoor environment. The community center was permitted to open with restrictions. Again, that was gathering restrictions. Continue to be with 50 non-seated and 100 seated in an indoor venue. Currently, people are not, they want higher numbers at the community center and Heritage Park, so a lot of our rentals have not continued at this time at each of those venues, simply because of the numbers that are still in place, the restrictions that are still in place through the relaunch plan. And this past weekend, we opened the Rotary Splash Park. Can report that it was quite busy on Saturday. The temperatures were warmer. Sunday, not as busy as Saturday, as the wind kicked up, and it was a little bit chillier, but people were certainly over there enjoying that facility. So we're happy to have that open. Some additional facility information. The town office is scheduled to open on August 31st. We're currently working through the relaunch plans related to staff coming back into work environments for those that are working from home, and just integrating that back in from a technology perspective and health and safety perspective related to social distancing and the precautions and guidelines that still remain, and the public health orders that still remain in the province. Stony Plain Pool will not open in 2020. Did provide additional information with respect to the shortened season, and the cost to open the facility is between $120,000 and $140,000. The Unback Off Leash Park remained open throughout the pandemic. The trail system remained open throughout the pandemic. Park areas remained open for casual use. Athletic fields also remained open for casual use. Town staff did go throughout those facilities that remained open and put COVID-19 social distancing signage up and precautionary signage for the public to be advised as to what safety precautions they should undertake while they're using those particular facilities. Stage 3 has not been launched by the government of Alberta at this time. They did a press release this afternoon. The COVID-19 cases over the weekend risen to over 200 cases in Alberta, and many of those are not traceable at this time. So it appears that there's a sharp increase, or it tends to be COVID-19 cases are starting to come back at an increased rate. So the social distancing that's currently in place and the public health orders around gatherings, I believe will be here for the foreseeable future, even if stage 3 does get permitted to be enacted or actioned. Social distancing and gathering restrictions are remaining a part of the stage 3 relaunch, and I believe that will continue until a vaccine is produced in the world. So Don't know a date for stage 3. I don't think the town of Stony Plain facilities are impacted by the stage 3 relaunch, other than the community center and Heritage Park, where the social gathering, or sort of the gathering restriction numbers may increase, which may encourage people to book those facilities in the future if their particular events fall within the guidelines that are currently in place at the time. Mr. Mayor, that's a quick summary of the report that was tabled to council, and happy to answer some questions.
Okay, thank you very much, General Manager, for the report, and it's actually very good for us to see it on paper and also hear it from your presentation, so that we can relay these messages to our residents, because there's so much going on during the COVID-19, and everything was opening, closing, and what was happening here and there. So it was good to have that kind of detailed look at it. Members of council, any questions or comments regarding that report for information? Okay, seeing none or hearing none, I'll ask a question then. Regarding the opening of the town offices, it was mentioned in your report that we're striving for August 31st. Earlier this evening, council passed a motion to buy the public barriers for the counters. Will that be installed and ready to go by August 31st?
Your Worship, certainly we're striving to have that in place. If not, we definitely have temporary barriers that will provide additional protection for our staff in the short term. And we will have, our staff will be versed on activities that will provide further safety precautions for them related to COVID-19 until the barriers that we spoke this evening are installed.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And maybe just to the General Manager, I'm looking for clarity. In your report, you talk about the maximum of 100 for seated. I recall hearing a maximum of 200 for seated, but my memory eludes me as to whether that was indoor or whether that was outdoor. Can you confirm? I'm guessing if it's not in your report, it's outdoor, maximum of 200 as long as social distance was maintained, but I'm just curious if it might be for indoor, if that would help us with the Heritage Park and Community Center.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, you're correct. I did check those numbers, and the 200 is referring to outdoor events, as long as the social distancing is in place.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Laurie. Any other questions? Okay, see none, so I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Councillor Matties?
In favor. It's a good report.
Thank you. Councillor Laurie?
In favor.
Councillor Loy?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor?
In favor.
Councillor Meyer?
In favor.
Councillor Pletchko?
In favor.
Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the report, administration. Moving on to... Oh, yes, sorry. I am in favor, so that's carried unanimously. I forgot to vote. I usually raise my hand. Moving on to number 9.8, which is the strategic plan and corporate update. Deputy Mayor for the motion, please.
I move that Town Council accept the Q2 2020 Strategic Plan and Corporate Plan Report for information.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Moving on to administrative staff. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship. To begin, Council received a document titled CAO Strategic Commentary for Q2 and Q3. I will be speaking to that document and expanding on some of the content within it. The intent is to provide a high-level commentary about current strategies, important considerations that may be on the horizon, and how our current efforts link to our broader strategies. And Your Worship, it's a bit of a change, but the intent is that that document will be provided when you get your quarterly strategic plan, corporate plan updates. Your Worship, it's been in a couple of the agenda items tonight, but COVID-19 has impacted nearly all aspects of the economy and government policy around the globe, and Stony Plain is no different. Specifically, the town has had to review all aspects of how and what we do through this lens. Certain aspects regarding social distancing and its implications, as we just heard from our general manager, on events and facilities is likely to be with us for some time, and we will need to adapt to that. Conversely, as an organization, we have learned a great deal about our own resiliency. We have learned where we are solid and where we need to do some more work. We have learned through necessity that some of our processes can and have been further digitized. And I believe the general manager may have touched on it earlier, but part of our internal relaunch process is to consider the changes and improvements we can institute for the long term. Your Worship, we're continuing to examine the direct fiscal impacts of COVID, generally manageable, certainly not desirable. Greater risk, I believe, Your Worship, is the broader economic challenges and potential restructuring to the both the provincial and the national and the global economy that we're going to need to bear in mind as we move forward through the next couple months, the next 18 months, as we get into some of our further strategic and corporate planning. The question that's being asked quite often is COVID going to substantially alter the workforce, foundational economics, and portions of supply chains? Or will the economy revert to a pre-COVID economy and substance, albeit somewhat altered? I don't have the answer to that, but it's certainly a question that we're all asking, and we'll be able to see unfold over the course of the next 18 months or so. Further, that impacts the town is as we move forward, the direct and indirect impacts from increases to federal and provincial debt to GDP ratios. Again, I know that council follows this closely at both the federal and the provincial level, and we have yet to see what those impacts will be as they roll out to us. But I believe there certainly will be impacts to those changes in the debt ratios for our provincial and federal counterparts. These are some of the aspects that are going to affect us that we need to be aware of and we need to plan for as we move forward. Your Worship, the second thing on that document was referring to our downtown. The town's continued commitment to our downtown area is playing out currently through the major rehabilitation project that's been ongoing for a couple of years now. Your Worship, we also have as a part of that project, different partnerships with local businesses and the Chamber of Commerce for marketing, and working with some of the community groups in the past in the downtown for events like Light Up. These are some things that serve to connect our community together to each other and to the broader community as well. Your Worship, I mentioned as well in that document some commentary about the residential projects like Three Robins and the Meridian Housing Foundation. Those are two projects that will increase our population downtown. They will also, to a degree, increase our municipal tax base. It's believed, generally that having more people in the downtown will lead to increased businesses for those located directly there. And certainly there's, in the instance of those two particular residential projects, there's linkages between the Three Robins and our new public library that we've been investing in, and the demographic of those two buildings will likely see an increased use in some of our senior related services in the area. Your Worship, the last quick comments I was going to make related to that my submitted document is just along two lines, our regionalism and also our counterparts at the Government of Alberta. Your Worship, I know for myself, for my staff, and I believe as well for members of council, one aspect we've seen at the initial onset of COVID was the value of our regional partnerships and our relationships across the metro region and beyond. The level of coordination that was being talked about, spoken about, and in many ways implemented does speak to the work and the effort that we all put into those partnerships and relationships across our region. we have continued to maintain and leverage these relationships, and moving forward with council's aware of our regional plan work with Spruce Grove and Parkland County. Council is certainly aware of the Regional Transit Services Commission work and the various EMRB work that we are all involved with. Frankly, Your Worship, a little bit of other commentary here. Seeing the challenges that we shared with the impacts of COVID right off the bat, the initial impacts, it did speak directly to me that there was a clear outcome from those relationships and those partnerships that we have and that we established. And again, at the elected level, at the administrative level, I know I spoke, Your Worship, to one of my counterparts that doesn't work in a tightly knit region. And a number of his comments were about feeling very isolated in decision making and process and planning. And that's even, again, in a digital age where it's pretty, we think pretty easy to get information, but all of us having our counterparts close by certainly helped us at that time. Your Worship, I want to comment a little bit about the Regional Transit Service Commission model. As council, we've, council has indicated the willingness to engage with that further in a formal manner. That's a work that's taken quite some time and is starting to finally come to fruition, and is still a little ways out, but certainly a good thing, I believe, across the region. Public transit tends to be a service that provides both economic and social opportunities for those that utilize it. There's no question, Your Worship, public transit comes at a direct cost to the public purse. It's an investment that way. You have to be mindful of that. We all have to be mindful of that aspect of it, but it does become an investment in our both economic and our social aspects of our community. Your Worship, a little bit further commentary on that. The RTSC process to date has been thorough and open to participation and question by those involved, the municipalities involved. And if those principles continue moving forward, the end product will, I'm sure, be something workable for all involved. Your Worship, the strategic challenge on broad-based regional initiatives will continue to be balancing local needs, commitment to regionalism, investment and service increases. And that's that balance plays out in the council chambers when these items come in front of you. As council, I believe, is aware, but I will point out one more time, I would expect to see more regional policy and project development coming at us over the course of the next 3 to 18 months and beyond. Final comment, Your Worship, and then I'll be complete with this. We also need to keep a close eye on our colleagues and counterparts at the Government of Alberta. They were certainly focused on COVID as much as anybody, if not more. But they have also, I believe you're starting to see that they are returning to their initial electoral mandate and starting to implement some of their, to go back to that and starting to implement and legislate some of the changes that they had spoken about through the election process. The only point I would make further on that is, as always, we try to stay aware of that, but it's coming fast and it comes pretty thick, so to speak, from the Government of Alberta, and we need to be aware of that. Final comment, Your Worship, that council should be aware of, I believe, is that not only does the provincial policy and legislative changes affect us as a local government, so to speak, but it also affects us as an employer, as a corporate entity, and so on and so forth. So we don't just look at the local, Elections Act and the MGA, so to speak. We also internally have to make sure we stay aware of labor law changes and the like, environmental regulatory changes and so on. Your Worship, I will stop there. I appreciate the chance to have this brief update and brief conversation with council along these thoughts. The remainder of the report speaks to the projects and the processes that are underway. Certainly myself or members of the leadership team can answer any questions on that or anything within my written and verbal comments. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Town Manager, for that. And it's always good to see and hear your perspectives on a lot of things, and definitely your advice about what's coming down the line. This is actually a great report for members of council. It keeps us on track to see where we're with our strategic plan and our corporate plan that we've approved as a council to move our community forward. Members of council, any questions and comments regarding the presentation that was done by our town manager and or the presentation, the agenda package that was provided for us? Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Referring to page 111 of 208 in our council package, through you to administration. So we've got the working with CN Rail to ensure existing rail lines are safe for all residents, including advocacy for construction of a second pedestrian crossing and vehicle overpass. I see that there's a Transport Canada grant application to be submitted in Q3. Could administration spread a little bit more light on that grant? What we might be applying for, what project we might be looking at, and what type of funding might be available?
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie. I will ask our General Manager of Strategic Services to comment a bit further on that one.
Good evening, Your Worship and Council. The grant application that we're referencing in the report is the Rail Safety Improvement Program, Infrastructure Technology and Research Funding. This is an annual funding program that Transport Canada has available for application, and the deadline is coming up on August 1st. And I believe the intent is to seek funding support for the preliminary design work for that secondary crossing, pedestrian crossing, that's proposed within the strategic plan.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Councillor Laurie?
No, thank you. Appreciate that answer. I'm glad to hear we're moving forward with that.
Okay, great. And we'll be setting up a meeting with the new representative for this region later on. I'm not too sure exactly what date yet it is, but I believe I've chosen to have Councillor Laurie attend that meeting with me. Moving on, Councillor Matties, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is with regards to the Road Authority report. It basically says that that report will be provided to us in Q3, providing implications of the transfer of development authority. And I'm just wondering, could administration please provide, I guess, a clarity regarding what exactly that report will tell us? For example, will it tell us what we cannot do, what are responsibilities going forward? And I'd also like to know if there are other communities outside of Spruce Grove that have those similar agreements.
Your Worship, I can answer a few or speak to that. The report itself is, yeah, it'll lay out some of the broader thoughts about, taking over the roadways, what the pros and cons, so to speak, on that line. I believe it's also meant to delve a little bit further, though, into the expected costs and anticipated costs that we would incur, or you would say, our new costs that we don't have at this point in time. So it'll outline that, shed some light on that for council's perspective. The final question in regards to who else has this sort of an arrangement, two things. So any place that's designated as a city within Alberta, with the province of Alberta, is automatically becomes road authority. That's the basic rule of thumb. I'm sure there exists, some odd spots, in different places where that may not exactly be 100% accurate, but that's the basics of it. So when Spruce Grove became a city way back when, they would have automatically assumed road authority 16A for sure. There are examples of places such as Stony Plain that would be remained as a designated as a town that would get into negotiations directly with AT to take on the road authority. Probably the closest and simplest might be the town of Beaumont did it. It was quite some time ago, I believe, that they negotiated that through. But I think Lacombe was another one in my time that I can recall being done. So I'll stop there, Your Worship, and just see if that answers the question.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilor Matties. That provide you enough information?
Yes, it did. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I was going to jump on that and piggyback with Councillor Matties there. I believe that the report is coming in Q3. Will administration also provide the explanation of the difference between road authority and road ownership? I think Councillor Matties mentioned Spruce Grove, and Spruce Grove has actually ownership of the provincial highways because they're a city. A town can negotiate with the province to get ownership, but they can also negotiate to get authority. I think we actually need to be very, very clear to our residents and to council as well to what the differences are between road authority and road ownership.
Yeah, Your Worship, we can make note of that.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions and comments from members of council before we move on? Okay, see none. Thank you very much, Town Manager and the rest of the staff. This is a very good report, and again, it's amazing to see, even though through COVID-19, the priorities that council has set up for this year are continuing to move along. So well done. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Councillor Laurie.
In favor.
Councillor Loy.
In favor.
Councillor Pletchko.
In favor.
Councillor Meyer.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor.
In favor.
Councillor Matties.
In favor.
And I'm in favor as well, so that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Moving on to the next one, which is 9.9. And it is the Mayor's Task Force on COVID-19. This is the social stream. The chair is Councillor Laurie, and this is the final report as the COVID-19 kind of task force to start wrapping up, and we'll move on to the next phase of the task force in terms of resiliency for our community. I'm going to just leave it there because I'm going to ask Councillor Laurie to make the presentation and then I'll also make the motion.
Excellent. Thank you, Your Worship. Would you like the motion first or the presentation first?
I want you to make the presentation first. Make it
Perfect.
Really good.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight and to present the final report for the Mayor's Task Force on COVID-19 social stream. It is bittersweet that the task force is coming to an end. It has been an absolutely phenomenal thing to be a part of. I don't have a formal presentation to show, but you do have a copy of the final report in the package, and I will review that, just touch on some highlights on it. I would like to start by expressing my profound appreciation for all of our task force members, starting with our community members, Mr. Ed Burney, Graham English, and Jeff Brinkler, as well as our administrative members from FCSS, Lisa Gilchrist and Sherda Sislag, from the town department, Melanie Sampson, and then also our recording secretary, Carrie Nothoff. It was an absolutely phenomenal experience to see our community come together in the way that we did. COVID-19 obviously has presented challenges left, right, and center, from everything from employment to just day-to-day personal interactions. And it's interesting, being a social stream of the task force, trying to understand how you can support residents and how you can essentially help them change the ways in which they're used to doing things so that they can continue to have those values in their life. The task force has gone through quite an extensive process, everything from setting our initial objectives and evaluating the different programs that were out there to quickly realizing that we had many community partners already delivering these services, but COVID-19 brought a lot of the issues much further into the light. Many of the issues that we see from the social task force side of things exist in our community long before COVID-19, and they will exist in our community long after. However, due to the circumstances around COVID-19, it exacerbated the issues exponentially and caused them to become front and center. And we feel going forward in the future, this will continue at least for the foreseeable future as we come out of COVID-19 and begin to move forward. I would like to believe that the wrapping up of the task force meant that COVID-19 was also wrapping up. However, unfortunately, as we heard from the General Manager of Community and Protective Services, that's not the case. And so we will need to be very diligent moving forward, and we will need to continue to recognize the impacts that COVID-19 has on our community from all facets. The task force has suggested that the town move forward with 3 key priorities: that the municipality and community partners continue on with virtual events and providing alternative access to events for residents, the continued use of the Stony Playing Together hashtag, and that the Recovery and Resiliency Task Force continue work related to social and mental wellness, along with a focus on inclusion. So going briefly through the report, which starts on page 127 of our council package. We have a wonderful message from the chair there. First, I'd like to introduce you to our meeting format. So on page 3 of our report, or page 129 of our council package, we were lucky enough to get a group photo done of our Microsoft Teams meeting. And this is how we met every single meeting. We did not have any in-person meetings, as obviously the restrictions did not allow for that. So it was interesting because, again, the challenges that technology present, it also helped us understand what some of our residents were going through as they tried to work, as their children tried to attend school, as they tried to interact with loved ones. So using the virtual platform for all of our meetings gave us great understanding to that. You can see the background that we all very well know, and our vision, mission, and then on the next page, our strategic priorities that were developed very early on. There were 4 key strategic priorities identified by the Social Task Force: connection and coordination, building strong relational networks throughout the community supports each other; development of initiatives, creating, promoting, and assisting the launch of initiatives that spread positivity and resiliency; leadership, to promote and encourage initiatives through which residents can be empowered; and social support, encouraging initiatives that support basic needs and raise awareness of amplified needs, including food and housing security, abuse and family safety, and mental wellness. I truly feel that the task force in our time did achieve all 4 of our strategic priorities, and I'm incredibly proud of the work that was done to do so. One of our initial kickoff activities was the Sign of Hope campaign and the launch of the Stony Playing Together hashtag. I believe we'll see it in our next quarterly update from communications. However, the Stony Playing Together hashtag Signs of Hope video that was done through our communications department in partnership with the artist Martin Kerr for the You're Amazing video amassed an estimated 72,000 views and touched over 107,000 people. When you think that we have a community of only 18,000, this certainly reached far and wide beyond our borders. And not only did it lift our residents up, but it lifted multiple people in our province up. And it also showed them how amazing of a community the town of Stony Plain is. And again, I am incredibly proud of that. Our Stony Playing Together hashtag caught on, and if you want to call it, caught fire, and continued to be used throughout the pandemic and continues to be used today. We're encouraged that the town of Stony Plain has also started placing this decal on many of the public works vehicles, and you'll see an example of that decal at the bottom of page 6 of the report, or 132 of our council package. Moving on further through the report, you can see all of the different initiatives that the task force had a hand in, and these were ones in which we were majorly involved. There were many other initiatives that were done through partner agencies that we maybe came up with an idea, and in research we found somebody else was already doing it, and they were doing a very good job of it. So essentially all we were doing was using it as a resource to pass people along to and continuing to promote their cause throughout the community. We worked hard with partners such as Parkland School Division, the Public Library, and different family and community halls throughout the region to help ensure there was open public access Wi-Fi throughout the community, as we knew that virtual and digital connections were almost one of the only ways that people had to continue some of their relationships. FCSS had many great programs that launched throughout the pandemic and continue to move forward, including the Caring Heart Connections. We created resource links and resources. We supported the Tri-Regional Health Heroes hashtag campaign to help spread messages of hope and encouragement and support to all of our frontline health workers. FCSS coordinated several COVID action groups, which I believe each and every member of council receives the newsletter once weekly called The Thread, which will give you updates on all the different groups and provide you a background as to what each of the groups focuses on. We have the Connecting Beyond program that was done in partnership with Silent River Kung Fu, Tricala, and many other partners that helps take older pieces of technology that people no longer need, refurbish them, and provide them to those in need to, again, provide them with those opportunities to connect with a device that they may not have had access to before. Our Farmers' Day celebration this year was anything but traditional. We had to take a very careful approach, but we felt that it was certainly a celebration that we could not forego. Farmers' Days has its place in the hearts of our residents, and we wanted to ensure that there was at least something on that weekend that our residents could participate in. We had the town's first ever Facebook Live done, courtesy of Mayor Choi and helping do the Mayor's Pancake Breakfast, which we had live entertainment on. We had a radio dance party with partner 88.1 and several of our sponsors on the Friday night. And then we also had a video done on the Sunday that shared some of the memories of Farmers' Days past and provided hope and encouragement, and looking forward to seeing everybody at Farmers' Days 2021. We also ran several contests, which we had, again, great participation and some very talented community members who came out successful in those. The Neighborhood Connect program continues, and then one that we talked about over our last meeting was the Canada Day flag event, which was something that it started out as what we felt was a little bit of a small idea just to supplement the virtual celebrations that were going on in our region. But as we found out last meeting, as we all talked amongst ourselves, the simple act of placing a small Canadian flag in the front lawn of each one of our residents in the town actually had a profound impact of bringing the community together. The response that was received in person, through word of mouth, and through the online messages that were posted was profound. And our residents truly appreciated that and felt that it brought them a great sense of community and a great sense of pride. Although the task force is wrapping up, many initiatives continue on to the future. One of them, again, is our outdoor movie, another event which many families in our community appreciate and look forward to every year. Obviously, with the restrictions on group numbers and social distancing, it would have been very difficult to move forward with our outdoor movie in the traditional format, but I'm very happy to let you know that the town administration is working with Fresh Air Cinemas, our provider for that movie, to continue it on moving forward as a drive-in movie event, and they're even looking at making it a double feature. So I look forward to seeing an announcement come from them in the next couple of weeks as to what they've been able to put together. Our Cultural Campfires series continues, as well as FCSS is working on a resource card mail-out, a resource card that will go to every single mailbox in the town of Stony Plain that will help them connect with all the different services in ways that they can get the supports that they need as we continue on through the challenges ahead of us. The task force was supported by many partners, and we certainly could not have done what we did without the support of those partners. Whether it was individual community members, whether it was businesses, whether it was school divisions, or any of our public service groups that we have, it was incredible when you reach out to people, asking them to come together to put forward for this cause, how willing everybody was, especially given the fact that they were all facing the same troubles and the same constraints as we, the town, are. Financial constraints, manpower restraints, and just simple abilities. I've already mentioned our recommendations, so I won't go too far into that. But again, the task force did have some dollars that were allocated as we came up with ideas and brought them forward. There were some dollars that were able to be used. But again, a lot of what we did was done in kind. We had financial and just labor and administrative support that was provided in kind to the task force. We started trying to calculate the number of hours that were spent by task force members and volunteers and community groups, and it was a number that we certainly could not calculate, and it was getting up there quite a bit. We figured just on the Canada Day event alone, the Canada Day flag event alone, we probably surpassed close to 100 hours on that one. So we used the term of over 100 hours, but I can assure you it was significantly more than that went into it. So in conclusion, Obviously, COVID-19 has provided us with some challenges that we have had to overcome, we have had to adapt, and we have had to move on, and we will continue to do so. I look forward to the Recovery and Resiliency Task Force taking the torch from both the economic stream and the social stream and continuing to push the initiatives and the ideals forward to assist our community as we move forward with the uncertainty as to what lays ahead and how long that may continue to impact us for, but knowing that it will likely be a long time. We've included several appendices as well, our terms of reference, our social stream vision, mission, strategic priorities. There's a copy of the FCSS resource mailout as well that's included in that. And then one thing that we found very important to ensure moving forward, and this is a document that we certainly hope the Recovery and Resiliency Task Force will use, is a long-term initiatives document. And this document just basically identifies many of the different needs that we have in our community and some of the ways that they are currently being handled, some of the partners we have in place, some of the identified gaps, and any potential comments on how we can move forward with those. FCSS is proudly being a champion of many of these, but we will need the continued support of our partners and the town administration to bring them forward. With that, Your Worship, again, I would like to express my profound thanks for all of those who participated, including Council, in the social side of the task force, as well as yourself for appointing me as the chair of that. It has been an incredible experience, and I would open it up to any questions from my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Laurie, and thank you for that great presentation of outlining of what has happened since the creation of the Mayor's Task Force on COVID-19, both the social stream and the economic stream. I'll ask you to make the motion first, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that Town Council accept the Mayor's Task Force on COVID-19 social stream final report for information.
Thank you very much, and I'll go for questions. Councillor Mattis, you're first.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. First of all, I just would like to say about this task force, how appreciative I am of all the work that has been done. It's just beyond anything that I could have imagined in terms of the number of initiatives that were taken on and then just done so very, very well. As you mentioned, COVID-19 uncovered and aggravated many existing issues and conditions. You know, if you look at some of the opportunities that challenging, difficult times bring to us, it brings to us, you know, information that maybe we just didn't see before or have, and now we do, and so we have an opportunity to continue on and with strength to focus on the needs of our community, because when we get to the underlying fabric of our community, as we build that strength, then I mean, anything is possible as we move forward. So I'm just, you know, really, really thankful that this task force was put into place and our mayor had the wisdom to bring this forward. And I look forward to, as we continue on with future initiatives, that we just build on the work that's been done. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mattis. Moving on to Councillor Bennett, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first of all, I just want to say well done. Well done to you, Mr. Mayor, for initiating this task force. When this all first started, I didn't hear any other community that was designing a task force. Two different ones, one for economic and one for social. So right then and there, we were ahead of the game. I'd like to say well done to our social stream task force and the work that they've done. You must have chosen exactly the people that needed to be there to have this much accomplished in such a short time. I'd like to say well done to our partners and our administration for the support on what was accomplished here, and well done to our volunteers. That is what pushed it over the finish line, is the volunteers that helped in each and every single aspect of this report and these activities. And really well done to the town of Stony Plain and the people who participated and who tuned in and who commented on Facebook and and all of our different social streams. So I'm just really impressed with this report and with the work that's done. I'm busting my buttons. I'm so proud of us.
Thank you much for your comments. Any other questions and comments before we move on? Okay, see none. Thank you very much, Councillor Laurie, for the report, and thank you for serving as chair on the social stream side. I'll call the question. All in favor? Councillor Laurie.
In favor.
Councillor Meyer.
In favor.
Councillor Plechko.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor.
In favor.
Councillor Matties.
I'm very in favor.
Councillor Loy.
In favor.
I'm in favor myself. That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Moving on to number 10, which is the Meridian Housing Foundation Board's member at large. As Councillor recalls, we had a couple presentations on this. We also had the that was just Councillor Loy stretching out a little bit. It has been a long evening. As Councillor recalls, we had a couple presentations on the Meridian Housing Foundation and looking at the things of making that board better and better to serve our region in totality. And one of the recommendations coming forward was to increase the size of the board and to find members at large throughout the communities that will serve with different skill sets to help move the Housing Foundation forward to providing the necessary housing needs for our communities, not only for seniors, but to the general public as well. Councillor Bennett, I will open the floor for you to go ahead and make some comments before I ask you to make the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Basically, I thank our council for their patience in getting this all done. I thought we had it done in after the meeting we had in May or June, but there were some good comments from our council and some questions and some clarifications, and some of the other regional councils had the same kinds of questions and even more in depth, I think. So as a board of the Meridian Housing Foundation, we took it back and discussed it and directed Nolan Kraus, our consultant on this, to incorporate those changes. So I think that in this report you will see some of the changes. They were pretty minor, but most importantly, I think it clarified for all councils exactly what it is that we're attempting to do at the Meridian Housing Foundation by becoming a stronger and more versatile board. So, Mr. Mayor, I can answer any questions, but the motion as it reads, and this is the same motion that's requested of all four councils in order to be very clear to the province exactly what it is that we Meridian Housing Foundation wishes to do. And that is that council endorse the proposed Meridian Housing Foundation board composition, members at large, terms of reference.
Okay. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Moving on to members of council. Any questions of clarity and understanding? I believe this has been dealt with a few times, so any questions of clarity and understanding before we call the question? Okay. See none, we'll move on. Thank you very much. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Councillor Loy.
In favor.
Councillor Plechko.
In favor.
Councillor Laurie.
In favor.
Councillor Matties,
In favor.
Councillor Meyer,
In favor?
Deputy Mayor.
In favor?
I'm in favor as well. That is carried. Okay. Members of council, that ends our business items. So moving on to information and council discussion. There's no closed session, so we'll just finish information and council discussion, and then we'll adjourn the meeting. We'll start with Councillor Meyer. Go ahead, sir.
I will leave it open for other people to have comments at the end.
Thank you for your thoughtfulness, and then make sure that we're expedient tonight. Hopefully everybody follows suit. Maybe I just repeat that again. Thank you very much for that. Hopefully everybody follows suit. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have just one thing, and that's how impressed I am tonight with the caliber of the reports and the presentations that have been provided tonight. My compliments to our administration for the professionalism of the information that was presented here tonight to council. I think that we've stepped up our game with some of our reports, and I thank our administration for that.
Thank you for that comment. Appreciate it. I think most of council will concur with that. Councillor Matties.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of comments. First of all, we've had a number of members of our community who have basically sent council notices with maybe some of their concerns. And I wanted to mention just how impressed I have been with administration addressing and making sure that individuals' concerns have been looked after over this last few weeks. And secondly, I have a question with regards to an email that we received from our General Manager of Planning and Infrastructure, Ian McKay, and he gave us a summary of the interactive map tool in terms of showing some of the construction that's being completed. But I have a couple questions that I hope somebody can answer for me on the trail connections. So one is the trail connection along Highway 628 from 779 to Willow Way. And I'm wondering, so it says it's as part of AT's highway project. Is AT responsible for doing that?
That's a good question, Councillor Matties. Actually, AT is doing that part of the project because it's tendered out, but the cost, I believe, it's borne by the municipality. AT does not do sidewalks or trails. So everything along Highway 779, that is a sidewalk and a trail, is at the cost of the town of Stony Plain. Unless this is anything different, that's what it has been.
Okay.
To the general, I don't believe the general manager's on, so I'll maybe go to the town manager to additional comments.
Yeah, Your Worship, thank you. Your comments about sidewalks and what is probably 98% correct. There may be a couple little spots where it's a little bit different, but that's the basic thought is correct. 628, that trail is to be completed this year during the AT project, and as you mentioned, Your Worship, it would be done by AT, but the town would be the funding source, so to speak, on that one.
Okay, and where is the funding? So basically, so that's that one. Plus, we've got the new trail connection for Briarwood Point to Fairways North, which I've looked at my map twice and I cannot figure out where Briarwood Point meets up with Fairways North. So if somebody could help me with that as to where exactly that is. And then secondly, the cost and the funding for that.
Okay, thank you. So Fairways North is just north of the golf course, which is partners kind of lies between hole number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and it's kind of the property that's between Fairways and Briarwood. So administration, I'm not too sure if council matters can see a map. I don't think, can we throw a map on or something? If not, if an email will probably be better so that we can actually see it.
Yeah, Your Worship, certainly we can check into that one specifically. And I would ask at this point quickly if our General Manager of Corporate Services can speak to any of the funding sources or the funding mechanisms for those projects or that project.
I believe that it would just be covered through the operating budgets for planning and infrastructure, and the sidewalks along 779, I believe, were MSI, but I double check on those, but that's off top of head.
Okay. Councillor Matties, looks like town staff is trying to get a map. Can you see that map on your screen?
Yeah, I've got actually a map right in front of me too. So if you just point me when, like, because I'm looking at two different maps and I could not see the point between Briarwood Point and.
Okay, it's on the screen right now, if you can see it.
Okay, I see Briarwood Point. Yeah, it's just not very big. So let me just push. Okay. Yeah. Anyway.
Okay, we can get staff to send a larger picture for us to see.
Yeah, because there must be a connection point from one to the other. Like there must be like some good logic as to why we're doing it, but I just can't see it with the maps I'm looking at.
Okay, so yes, there is good logic. So when Briarwood was created, the Grey Bar area, there was a trail connection that would connect to the undeveloped land that was directly south of that. A little while ago, it was, I believe it was a rebuilt that came for zoning and approval. After 3 or 4 attempts to council, they finally found a plan that was acceptable to the residents and to council. That was approved, which it became Fairways North. If you have the opportunity to drive on Briarwood Way, there is a subdivision that is on the left-hand side. If you go north, that is Fairways North. It is all completed and ready to be subdivided to be developed until I believe it was rebuilt that went to receivership. So there is that connection that ties in that place with the Fairways North. So
okay. All right. So, well, if I could just afterwards just be able to get the map of that specific trail, that would be great.
That's excellent. And I think the town manager can take a screenshot of that and send it to all of us so that we have a better understanding of that. Thank you for bringing those up.
Thanks so much.
Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one thing for me tonight. I know we're working on our transportation master plan and reviewing all kinds of things like pedestrian crossings and that, but I want to bring attention again, the pedestrian crossings and particularly the, if you can call them LED lighted signs along Golf Course Road. There's 3 different crossings. One is right by the rail tracks. One is adjacent to the driving range of the golf course. The other is up to the entry of High Park. Particularly the 2 of those crossings that are on the 4-lane road. These crossings are getting more and more dangerous every day. The traffic flows in town are starting to increase significantly. It's a fairly quick road. It's 60 kilometers in one section, 50 kilometers in another, and in the one where it's 50, not many people are doing 50. I'll tell you that. But I have now witnessed over the last couple of weeks a lot of near misses at these, and it's simply because the LED lights that are in the sign are these tiny pin lights, and during the daytime you cannot tell that those lights are flashing whatsoever. And being a high traffic 4-lane road, it is incredibly difficult. I have watched people stand at the side of that road for minutes waiting for traffic to come to a stop. I have watched people press the button and begin to proceed out without necessarily waiting for traffic to stop, only to have cars actually have to slam on their brakes and screech their tires. That's how fast they're going. These pedestrian crossings need looked at sooner than the transportation master plan, particularly the 2 along the 4-lane, and there needs to be some type of an upgrade done to the warning system for traffic that there are pedestrians that are going to be crossing there. Again, there's a lot of trees that are in around the 2 crossings that go over the 4 lanes as well, that block the view of drivers from potential pedestrians that may be coming in to cross. One of the trails is actually lower than the grade of the road. So again, same thing. It's difficult to see the pedestrians coming up the incline towards the road as they're coming across. And there's a lot of kids in those areas. So I would just really like administration to take a look to see if there's anything that they can do in the coming weeks or months to improve those two pedestrian crossings before we end up with an unfortunate incident at either one of them. That's all for me this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Laurie, for providing that those comments, and maybe we'll get something looked at. Moving on is Councillor Loy, please.
Nothing this evening, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Councillor Plechko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to say to administration, thank you very much for all the answering that you've been able to do over the last little bit on some flooding areas and stuff like that with complaints from local residents. Your timely address during the weekends has been muchly appreciated. Just want to say thanks and wish everybody a happy summer. I look forward to seeing you around the community and watching our community finally get some projects finished.
Okay, thank you much, Councillor Plechko. And then I think that's it. So I'm here just to say a couple things. I just want to thank Councillor Laurie and Councillor Meyer for being the chairs of the Mayor's Task Force on COVID-19, both the economic stream and the social stream. As you can tell by the work that has come out of those two task force and the reports, they've been phenomenal for assisting our community to making sure that we have the resources and the programs ready to help our residents. Right. I've always thought of the task force on COVID-19 as a short-term task force, and in my way of thinking, it was a triage area. It was to be stood up very, very fast. It separated the two streams because I know both with the pandemic, there was two different streams to be looked at. One was the economic stream and one was the social stream. If we had the task force that looked at both streams in one task force, I think that would have clouded a lot of the progress that did happen and that we did see through council. Now that it is done and the final reports are complete, I believe now it's the time to pass the torch to the next task force. Dealing with COVID-19 and this pandemic is not a short-term race. It is a long-term race. It is a marathon. It is time to pass the baton over to the next task force that will lead our community in terms of resiliency. Earlier, Councillor Laurie mentioned the word Mayor's Task Force on recovery and resiliency. I've talked to the task force and there was a couple comments about the word recovery. So I've chosen to remove that out of the task force because I feel that this task force can be here longer than the pandemic. So I think it has great value to our community if we continue with a task force on just community resiliency, looking at things that we can make our community stronger. Right. In our community, we have a lot of issues. Some issues are more hidden than others. But during this pandemic, everything rose to the top. We saw Kingston Armor. We saw areas of community that were not being assisted, that were just swept underneath the table or underneath the carpet, because we had a good economic climate, because we had other things that were happening that masked those issues. With the pandemic, it brought everything to light. It showed where we are lacking, where we needed to focus on. Building a strong and resilient community will allow us to provide those residents the services and programs that needed to build a whole community. And that whole community goes back to what council wants to achieve. We always ask about what is different about Stony Plain. It is the members of our community, the residents that make up the community, the people that come into our town and think this is their home base. It is the ability to be connected. It is the ability to be aware of what's happening with your neighbors and to lend that hand when someone is down. Having the Mayor's Task Force on Community Resiliency will allow that opportunity for us as a community to build on those steps that the social stream and the economic stream has already laid for us. Going forward, the members from council that will sit on the Resiliency Committee will be Councillor Linda Matties, Councillor Harold Plechko, and I'll be asking Deputy Mayor Judy Bennett to chair the committee. The committee will be set up by the end of August and having our first meeting in September. through the members of council, we'll be working together on the terms of reference and looking at recruiting individuals and residents that will be part of the task force to help us make ourselves a more resilient community for now and into the future. So with that, hopefully you guys have a couple months off here, a month and a half before our next meeting. I'll be sending an email to all three of us regarding the terms of reference, just to have a quick chit chat about it. And as we continue to move forward to building the right people, to having the right people on the bus so that we can have a great task force that will bring up lots of initiatives for council to deliberate, to discuss, and look at ways to making our community more resilient. So if another pandemic happens or another natural disaster happens, that our community is ready and will be ready to take care of everyone in this community, not just the ones that have the resources and abilities to be taken care of. So with that, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. As I mentioned earlier, this was our last meeting until before our summer break. Our next meeting is scheduled for the third Monday of August. As mentioned, if there is any emergent matters that need to be dealt with, I will be calling a special meeting. And with that, we'll be provided with a 24-hour notice through email to members of council, and we'll try to contact you if you guys are away. On behalf of council, thank you very much to administrative staff for the reports. That was great reports and conversation and answering our questions so that we can make the best decisions going forward for our community. On council, thank you very much for your time and enjoy your summer. We are adjourned.